You know, Woolie, I really pride myself on us delivering a high-quality product here each and every month.
Absolutely.
Some might say the highest quality, the sonically the finest podcast you can insert into your ears. Well, not this episode.
Listen.
Yeah, it's been a month.
Yep.
We've both kind of been through it a little bit.
We've come a long way. We've established, if I dare say so myself, a pretty decent podcast over the course of a year. And yeah, everyone has gotten used to enjoying high quality, fun podcasting. This episode, lower those expectations.
Yeah, get it, dear listener, get them right down there, buddy. It's okay.
Been a rough one.
You know, it's been a rough one, and I think various scheduling conflicts have come together to father-son Kamehameha us. And we are Cell. That is kind of what's happening. We're recording this very late. But you know what? We're going to roll with it because we're a family here. Not just me and you, Woolie, but me, you, and the listener probably.
Oh boy, yes.
And in particular, those of you in the Patreon.
Dial up that parasocial. That's good. Just cranking the knob up and looking back for approval. Yeah, I feel as if it's gonna happen towards the end of the year as these things kind of pile up and crash into each other a little bit. I think one of the worst cosmic jokes is that time zone wise, if we swapped places, it would be so much better.
I know. So the way it works is I am an early riser. Early to rise, early to bed. Woolie is late to rise, late to bed. And that, by the way, I don't know if you ever read about that, Woolie. That's like a genetic thing.
Oh,
like,
really?
You can't. It's notoriously difficult. If you're someone who likes to wake up at 10 a.m., it's notoriously difficult to become a 7 a.m. person.
Yeah, that's why jobs were not liking me for a long time.
I have some friends like that. Brobex is like, I will not message her with work shit before 11 because there's no point.
But where we live means that the sun goes down first for you when I would love all that nighttime over here.
And so we really have like a tight 4 hours to kind of record this podcast where we're both like in optimum space.
Oh, the Venn diagram is so tight. It's
yeah. And if you're wondering, well, how bad could it be if they record outside that time? Buddy, you're about to find out.
I'm Woolie Versus.
I'm Eyepatch Wolf.
And we are...
Versus Wolf!
Yes, we are. Barely.
Yes, we sure are.
We barely are, but we are.
So, Woolie, I was going through it with you a little before we started recording, but I think I just need to air this publicly because it's so frustrating. This is the kind of shit you start obsessing about when you make YouTube videos for a living, right?
Oh, yeah.
37 minutes into my 39-minute video, there is 4 frames where the wrong piece of footage shows.
Oh, yeah.
4 frames. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, it's 4 frames. If that was 1 frame, I might let it go. If it was 8 frames, I would definitely re-render. But does 4 frames really matter? Does four stray frames in the edit, 1 little flash on screen, is that really worth fucking up all of tomorrow in order to fix it?
You know, 4 frames versus 5 frames in Street Fighter is the best jab in the game versus the worst, right?
Jesus. And like, I was sitting on this all day and like, I've been working really hard on this video. I've been working really hard on like the merch trailer that drops with the video. And I was like, it's fine. It's fine. And I told myself it's fine so many points today. I would say 5 minutes before we jumped on our call, I was like, it's not fine. I'm not happy with this. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Plans for tomorrow, erase them because I'm going to need to do a re-render, re-watch, re-upload the entire morning tomorrow. And Oh, Wolves.
Yep.
There's a brutality to the video essay game.
Oh, yeah.
And I know you felt it. I know you felt it with the kind of different stuff you've done. But Jesus, dude, it drives the life out of you. And it's in combination with the same shit it always is. Like, Woolie, me and you can both agree, as a YouTuber, I'm not working out. Like, it's
Look,
I'm not good at this, and I don't like it.
It's managed, all right? It's managed. It's going. Now, me on my end, meanwhile, like, if I did not grab the handbrake and fucking swerve this entire thing off the rails, we would have been recording with me in an airport, quite frankly. So schedules are fucked.
And for the record, two of us in an airport, that sounds like a fun ass podcast. One of us, no,
on Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm thinking the same airport having an airport adventure.
Oh no, for sure. But I mean, one of us in an airport on airport Wi-Fi.
Yeah, nightmare.
Anyway, so yes, we will hopefully, you know what, I'm not going to promise things will increase in quality after this, but just for today, expectations, set them where they may.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you, dear listener. This could be the podcast that we both walk away from just being like, well, that wasn't very good, and just never record again. So I'd say drink in every second of the next couple of hours, because really, we're probably we're going down here.
All right, John.
Yes,
the holidays are upon us.
They sure are,
and you are about to have your first holiday in your new home.
Yes, I am.
Have you thought about that?
I have. I'm really looking forward to it. I have several anime lined up to watch.
Okay, yeah.
I have a bunch of cage fights, of wrestling matches.
Not what I was thinking. All right. Is there a tree? You got your...
There is a tree.
Okay.
It is a plastic tree.
Yes, that's fine. Mm-hmm, You've planned out where things are going to go and how they're going to look, from here on out?
Oh, well, Michelle is like a fucking ninja with that stuff. Okay. Like, she just has the magic touch with interior design shit. So I literally walk out of a room, walk back 3 hours later, and it's a different room.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, because at my place when the first year that we were here, certainly it's you got to think about, wait a minute, what's gonna move where to kind of make this Christmas spirit happen, and we had to basically shove living space aside to have the tree take that corner up, but we figured it out. And I also we're the kind of place too where like we like lights. We like Christmas lights even when it's not Christmas, regardless, in a way,
They're a good look.
Yeah, it's a fun kind of vibe. So, but all this to say that enjoying your first one at the new place is a nice feeling to kind of be like, hey, this is going to be what we do from now on.
I'm excited about it. Now, I got to be honest. I always go home to my parents for Christmas.
Right.
There are guilty pangs that I am not doing that because I am their precious only child. Like, you have siblings, Woolie, right? So, in general, like, an only child is going to be like way more beloved than any child that has siblings. And that is certainly the case with me. I'm a very special and precious child.
Yeah, they certainly do act that way. Growing up with friends that have not had siblings, they certainly do behave as you've described. That is true. Yes, I've noticed.
But like, man, I'm feeling guilty about not going back.
Well, I mean, the move is ultimately like you got to have a Christmas setup in both places, regardless. And then even if you're popping in just for a little bit or not, it's there's a point in time where I think it's okay. It's okay to have that not be the tradition and to start forming new traditions.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm never gonna let go of the friend I had that like I was there. Me and this other and a friend of mine that I grew up with, like we were literally living in like we're not crashing. We're living in the same house, and they were living in downstairs from us, and like had a whole bunch of Dr. Seuss books, and I was just like, "Hey, can I read one before I go to bed?" And it was like, "No." It's like, "Okay, I'm not gonna. I just want to read it. I'll give it right back." And it's no, will not share, cannot share. Why not? It's mine. Okay, cool. Hey, can I see the Game Gear? For Sonic Triple Trouble? Huh? I'd never seen that one. What's that? No. Not even for 10 minutes, just to play. No. Okay, all right, cool. And it was like, what's up with? Oh, you weren't forced to share, so then you never learned
this is
that
an
lesson.
anti-only child bit. Okay, so
I see. If the
so
child is not
just,
given.
Just so I'm understanding us here, Woolie. So bigotry is okay. This podcast,
Right.
Is kind of what we're saying.
So yes, if you don't force the child to share and to learn the value of others, they will not understand that they themselves are just one person of many, and that it's okay. You know, the world is out
But
there.
I'm actually not one person, Woolie. I'm like special.
And and especially if you're the younger child, you certainly learn your fucking place. You don't just learn you're one of many. You learn that there's a hierarchy as well.
I did lose that. I did learn that because while I was an only child, I was also the youngest of 6 boys on my dad's side.
Okay.
And my parents would literally like drop me at that house and drive away for the weekends, and it would just be me and those 6 boys. And it went like from I was like 8, the next one up would have been 12, and then it was basically all the way up to 18. And I learned manners real fast, Woolie.
Yep, absolutely. That'll speed it up.
Yeah.
I feel as well that one of those weird things too is being like the following character behind the older kids was that I never really got my chance at picking or watching media of my age, you know? The first things that I got to watch and get into were them watching G.I. Joe and getting into Transformers and stuff like that. Like, the age appropriateness was always shifted forward as a result. Which
so these were the cousins that always showed me like anime. Like this,
Right.
These are the people who showed me like Akira and a bunch of other weird shit. And in hindsight, I think that really genuinely like warped who I am in a weird way.
Yeah.
Like it ended up leading to so much. But I also feel like, I don't know, when I think of the shit that I shouldn't have watched when I was little, like the shit I was too young for, those are all like experiences I really value now. You know, like I'm glad I saw The Shining at the age I did. I'm really glad I saw Akira at the age I did. Like I would not trade anything for that memory of like watching Akira through a slit through the door because they didn't want me watching it.
Okay,
you know,
yeah,
and
yeah,
just
yeah.
like seeing Tetsuo explode and a part of my brain just being like.
Nice.
I wanted to ask you, Woolie, do you have any personal Christmas traditions?
I mean, usually I'd meet up with the family that's here in Montreal, and there would be a big old soul food dinner, you know? Mm-hmm. Island cooking kind of coming together. The food that you got to experience a couple episodes ago.
Very true. Very good food. I saw someone in the Discord recently talking about they got to try oxtail stew.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So good.
So that's usually the bit. Beyond that, not much. You know, sometimes people are in town, sometimes they're not. But yeah, pretty much the only, and like personal traditions wise, I don't have anything for myself either. I've had a quiet Christmas or two, just kind of like chilling on my own. But yeah, the one constant, I guess, is usually there would be a family get together with some good food.
I have stuff like that as well, but there's other stuff I have, like the Mega 64 Christmas cast.
Ah, okay.
Have you ever checked out one of them?
I haven't.
It's basically an eating contest with the most disgusting food you can imagine.
Oh, with the barfing in the garbage bin.
Yes.
Yes.
And every year they do it.
Yes.
And so basically what it's become is that they have this friend of theirs called Doc Ryan. And Doc Ryan, he's like a great heel. Like he's really good at like turning people against him. And he's just a machine for eating. And every year he wins, and every year they have to come up with more and more elaborate ways to make him win, to make him lose. Like he's a big, heavy set guy, and so one year they came up with having to eat on exercise bikes, and he dominated in that as well.
Oh, that's awful. Okay.
Yeah. And I get so excited. And so they posted it last week, and I am saving that up because I'm going to watch it.
Nice.
Last year, actually, Michelle was with me for the first time. We were at my parents', and I watched it with her for the first time, and we just had the fucking best time. It was so cool.
Does it count as a tradition if it has the impact of a tradition, but it only happened once?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because something that happened to me was I was telling the story on the old friend cast that from years ago. I was talking about Christmases and how there was one Christmas in particular when I was young, and
sorry, Woolie, was it the fishies?
It was the fishies.
Man,
you remember the fishies?
This story burned into my brain.
I had a Christmas I remembered. I was like, we don't have a whole lot of crazy Christmases. I mean, they're usually what they are, but there was that one. And yeah, I'm like, I don't know, but there was one Christmas where, we were in Grenada, and like, we basically had like little string fishing hooks, and like mom set it up so that we would throw the fishing hook over we had saloon doors, and we'd throw the hooks over the saloon doors, and we'd hook onto presents, and it'd be like, oh, here's a small one, yank it back, whoa, fishy, 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 and like we'd pull back these small little stocking stuffers, and then we pulled back like these bigger toys, and then and it was crazy because we got these individual like play sets and stuff, and at one point we had a big one that we both had to hook onto, me and my older brother, and we pulled over a big Lego set, and it was crazy. It was this wild Christmas of massive, just tons of gifts and all these things, and I was like, yeah, and that only happened once, that first time that we were taken to Grenada and didn't know when we were coming back because my parents split up, and we were basically trying to go back home as soon as possible, but we didn't know when that would be, and the soonest that it sunk in was when we were enrolled in school the next semester, because we were not going back to Canada anytime soon, and we thought we would be there for a month. And then that Christmas, all those
flowers
gifts
to the addict.
And I realized mid-tell on the podcast, oh, that's why we had the fishies that Christmas and never again.
Jesus Christ.
It literally never dawned on me. I don't know. I'm like, yeah, there's the fishy Christmas. That one was so good. We had so many toys. It was insane. And then everything after that was, whatever, usual. You get your one or nothing, and that's it. You chill. Plus, you get your birthday in December, which means sometimes the two roll together. So that's always fun. Shout outs to my December people out there.
When's your birthday, Willie?
My birthday is December 4th. And, when your birthday is late in the year, sometimes we roll it all together,
Okay.
So
I'm gonna start celebrating your birthday.
I appreciate the distinguishing it from Christmas. That's nice. Yes.
I'm a November baby. November 4th.
Hey, okay. Whoa, December 4th. How about that?
Huh. Wait, what year were you born in?
85.
Okay. I'm 86.
Huh. Doesn't really mean anything, but it sounds like it does.
It nearly does, though. But now it doesn't, and there's no getting around the fact that it means absolutely nothing. But it kind of lines up like sort of.
It sounds like it means something.
You kind of hear it, and there's a surface level resemblance, nothing beneath it.
None at all.
Kind of exciting there for a second.
A little interesting.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so that's what the fishy Christmas was about, and you know what? That is a one-time tradition.
Oh man,
boy.
I mean, I do love the holidays. Like, I do genuinely take it as a time to kind of reset and like, especially like right now. I've got this current video coming out. Did I tell you what the new video is out? Jesus Christ, I fucking hope it's out by the time people see this. If the video isn't out by the time people hear this podcast, take that on good faith that I have taken my own life because I cannot do this anymore.
The 4 frames have defeated you.
Yeah. It's a video it's called How Jake Paul Beat Mike Tyson.
Oh, that is an interesting thing I want to hear your thoughts on. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, dude. Okay, like I'll talk about one little thing.
We know.
So like I say it in the first 3 minutes, Mike Tyson's really old. Like that's it, you know. But I basically went back through Jake Paul's career and I was like, okay, how did this dude actually beat all these MMA fighters and boxers and all this kind of stuff? And so there was one boxer, you know, Jake Paul has a victory over a 10-1 professional boxer. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, how the fuck do you explain that? Like, that's a good boxer. Like, whatever way you slice it, that person's a great boxer. Or are they? Because I ended up looking into that person's 10-1 record. And I started looking at the opponents they've beaten. Woolie, would you like me to read you this person's boxing record?
Sure.
Let me just pull it up here. I'm getting
Oh man, now we're getting into the world of padded records where someone can show up undefeated, but there's an asterisk next to it.
Okay. This guy's 10-1 record. Here are the records of everyone he beat. 0 wins and 1 loss. 3 wins and 13 losses.
Oh yeah.
1 win and 5 losses. Mm-hmm. 0 wins and 8 losses.
Yes.
7 wins and 16 losses. 6 wins and 29 losses. That's just like a lump of flesh rolling on the ground at that point.
So that's that is someone's team building a profile, and you build a profile by picking a bunch of lumps of coal that you can just pad your stats with 100%. Yeah.
And so basically the video is me looking at every one of Jake Paul's opponents and being like, where's the trick here?
What's the asterisk?
Every fucking time. Mm-hmm. Every time there's some like misleading weird little thing.
Yep.
It was a really fun video to make. There's footage of me rolling in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
And I fought a black belt to make an example of how I can whoop a white belt's ass, but when you put me against the black belt, I get destroyed. And that's what happened.
Perfect. And this is also timely with your current interest that, is...
Yeah, that's where the footage I sent you was from, because I was recording it for that video.
Awesome. I like that you got in to boxing right in time to kind of put this analysis together. But yeah, always an asterisk, always a, something, some condition or so after the fact. And then ultimately, I'm sure you get there, but the final question is like, but does it matter when you're basically angling for the prestige and the fame and the views, when that's what you're that's kind of a very different game from
the conclusion I reached.
Official, extremely corrupt organization that is boxing.
So the conclusion I kind of reach is like, I actually give the dude credit for like promoting caters like Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. Mm-hmm. Like, cool.
Incredible fight.
I think the more the world knows about those two, the better. So like, I'll give Jake Paul flowers for that
bullshit outcome, but
But I think people might I think the continents of North America can't accept when it loses things, but that's
I forgot where she comes from for a second. I got so used to everybody being on the same page that for a minute I was like, what? Oh, right.
So here's how Irish people handle that fight, okay? That fight comes up and everyone's like, great fight. Yeah, great fight. Serrano's manager really let him down in that last interview, didn't he? That's what we talk about.
Ireland.
Nothing else.
Ireland, baby, let's go.
Yeah.
Any other way.
Katie Taylor, undefeated.
Perfect. That's good. I like that.
But yeah, what basically where I get to with it is like, I don't really give a shit about the effect Jake Paul has on boxing. I don't give a shit about how many views he gets. I give a shit about fighting. I give a shit about how it's perceived. And the narrative that Jake Paul is trying to build around himself is that he's built different, that fighting is his thing and he's a monster at it. And the conclusion of the video sort of, he's not a monster. He just has more resources. That's it. Everyone should fight. And that's kind of what I wanted to say with the video.
Yeah. I think that it's easy to envision the sports anime where the rival has all the tech, all the analysis, all the frame data, the megalobox gear, just analyzing everything and like injecting the USB sticks into his spine, uploading all the fight data,
You just reminded me, Woolie, I have dipped my toe into young ladies shouldn't play fighting games.
Ooh, let's fucking go!
I can confirm, Woolie, legit. Young ladies shouldn't play fighting games is a manga about schoolgirls playing fighting games, and it's beautifully drawn. Writing's good, but I knew I was in safe hands when the first time someone performed a super combo, it got 5 pages.
Oh yeah. So so that's the thing. Like, I still need to go and read it. I haven't gone through it, but I do know that they got reference and they went in depth and break down actual tech, and they have everything that's happening match wise verified by high level Japanese players.
Yeah, and like look, in the first like 4 pages, you see the word crouching short. Like,
yes. This is not fake. Mm-hmm.
No, my own and it's beautifully drawn as well. Like, it looks so fucking cool. My only criticism, and this is like, it's not even that big a criticism. The fighting game that they play is like really generic, and I think it would be so cool if it was like a different visual style and like the characters were actually legit. Like, I think that'd be just so sick.
I mean, I think you have to kind of introduce the concept slowly, to people while getting into things like that. And, perhaps, I'm not sure where it goes over time, but I do feel that there's a bit of a, like, you don't want to introduce, you don't want Slam Dunk to introduce people to Slam Ball. You know what I mean? You don't want NBA Jam to be...
More what I mean is that, like, the character designs in the fighting games are, like, a little plain.
Okay.
And I'd like to see, like, characters, cool-looking characters is such a huge part of the culture and stuff. But, it's awesome. Like, it's a great manga. I would really recommend it to anyone who cares about fighting games or, like, just decent stories. Like, I'm really, really having a good time with it, and you definitely should read it, Woolie.
Okay, yeah. I'm just imagining how many pages it would take to explain. So when you call down an assist that does a tatsu, you can use Wolverine to either left or right while they're blocking, and it's pretty much unblockable because the first one needs to hit from the front, but the other's from the back, and you on defense can't possibly know. It's like, I need to get on that, though. And there's adaptations.
Speaking of fighting games, Woolie, I just wanted to pick your brain real quick. How are you feeling about Clive and Tekken?
Oh, boy. Okay, this is a full discussion, but I'm going to summarize it as follows. Mm-hmm. Clive is a Soul Calibur character that is landing in Tekken because Soul Calibur is not around for him right now. And I'm looking at this as an acknowledgement that, hey, they were very happy with Noctis last time around. Big bump, nice popularity. In fact, they made an archetype of the weapon style character in Chevalier afterwards. With him here now, I think it's like, yeah, FF16 is on the way out. They're choosing to pump up this protagonist and give him, there's a limited time window where Clive is relevant, and we're at the end of that point. Whereas Tifa, on the other hand, is relevant forever. Was relevant yesterday, today, and literally will be tomorrow as a third game is coming. Yep. So we all know that like time waits not for anyone, but it will wait for Tifa. So
Yeah, absolutely.
not, this is an investment in Clive Stonks. Shout outs to Ben Starr for coming out in the cosplay. Fight me. It's great.
I think I've never liked guest characters in fighting games, even when it's a character I like. And I think I finally pinned down why. Because it's always something, like, I do understand the logistical arguments for having characters like this. But for me, it's like, here's my problem, okay? When a guest character appears in a fighting game, they are taking the slot of an original character, right? Like, that is just what's happening. Like, if guest characters didn't exist, this would be a new character.
Hypothetically, if money doesn't change hands.
Okay. What if you got Yoda in Street Fighter 4 instead of Jury?
Right. We all hated Yoda in Soul Calibur 4.
Or even a good character, like fucking, I don't know, who would be good in Street Fighter.
But the point is instead of Jury is the problem.
And then what if Jury never happens then? Because the thing is, next game, Yoda's gone.
Yep.
Yoda doesn't help the culture of Street Fighter. It might bring in some new people and stuff like that. I get it, but like Juri Han, a good character who's become a fucking icon. Like, if you want to talk about like contemporary modern video game, not that contemporary anymore, but like if you want to talk about like video game characters that made a difference and like permeated popular culture, where you have like Selena Vega from WWE cosplaying a Street Fighter character, that's the shit I want to see. Now, admittedly, no, you're not going to get that done with fucking like Falk or something like that. But there's something that bothers me about guest characters where I do feel like you are robbing the potential of future video game icons.
Look, this is a derail that is hours long on the podcast because I have talked about this many a time, and I'm the person as well that has put out the hot take that FGC Twitter reacted to quite a bit, which was just simply a post that said, new original characters greater than old favorites. Right? And hot take, because we all want what we loved to come back from all of these franchises. But the thing that you currently love, if it was not given a chance to exist, it would not be there, right? So everyone who, like us, we want Makoto back more than anyone.
Yep.
But also, if Makoto was never given a chance to exist in the first place, we would not want her now, right?
Yeah.
And Marissa, we currently love, and we would love to see Marissa again, but Marissa had to come into existence first.
But what if Marissa was Scorpion?
Right. And so I think that like if you're looking at it as like a Smash Brothers has to fight against this with like slots, budget, etc. being wasted and feeling that like, whoever shows up is taking something away. Minecraft Steve took Gino away from us, right? Or whoever, or whatever the case is. I think it's like the people making the game, there's a healthy balance to be achieved because guest characters ever since Soul Calibur 2 have been a hit. It's been a fun idea, and it brings a lot of attention towards the game. It helps it thrive, and overall, if thematically it works, I think it's a good idea. So I love that.
How's Soul Calibur doing now?
Well, yes, right? But here's the thing. I love that Baiken shows up in Samurai Showdown. Right?
That's just so perfect, though. Like
fit.
that, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm not complaining about Terry either.
No, that's
there's a legacy
arms,
there,
Yeah. And so I feel like as when you have really great fits, that's fantastic and works well for the world. Absolutely go for it.
Maybe this be controversial though, but like Terry in Street Fighter 6, awesome. Don't need Mai as well.
A lot of people that are SNK fans are like, you do need Mai because no Mai, no buy, right? Like,
look, you want to put Vanessa in there, we can talk.
But I mean, I will say that, like, yes, most people can agree that like Akuma in Tekken, awesome. Negan, we don't need a Walking Dead promotion in this game, right?
Yeah.
But Akuma showing up in Tekken did then change the story and make it so that he was instrumental to the plot of Tekken. right?
Yeah, and if you're gonna do it that way.
They did
it's
it.
just
Yeah. So
it's just like the thing I love about fighting games is the characters, and I love new and original characters.
I do
you know,
too.
like Marissa
Yes.
is fucking like even Aki, like, did my best to play as her, could not fucking do it. I love that she exists.
So basically, the conclusion I kind of came to was that, like, business-wise, guests are good, and if they're thematically appropriate, everyone wins, right? Also, if you just ask the fans what they want at all times, they will only look back at the things they already know. Fans will never ask you for new things that are that are just trusting in the creative abilities of the person that's made something they liked. So if people will ask you for a sequel to the thing they want, they will not ask you for a brand new thing that you don't know exists yet, right? So to that end, like, you have a bit of it where you're like, you need to just, as a creator, spread it out and make sure that you can cover as many bases as possible. Bring guest characters if it works and it fits. Have some coverage of old characters returning and old favorites. Like, some people think it needs to be everyone ever forever, and I disagree with that. I don't.
Yeah,
I think every game, you don't need the infinite cast in every roster.
I'm an advocate for make a new Pokemon game, nuke every Pokemon ever, bring 70 new ones in, and have each one of them be sick as fuck.
And this is an argument that, like, people will just vehemently fight forever, and I've had
I have just really upset someone.
Yeah. But something's clear is that, like, you know, I like the idea of the new generation as well. I think if you do it well, the combat kids in Mortal Kombat 10,
they were great characters.
Were great, exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas people didn't like the Calibur kids in Soul Calibur 5, right? So you have to do it properly. And then enough balance of new original characters as well. Spread it so that you cover all of these bases, and that's what fighting games can do, and that's what they should be doing. You can't just be all about the past. You can't just be all about guests, and you can't just be all about the original. Appeal to as many things as possible and cover that ground.
But yeah, okay, look, that's our fighting games corner. I know that you discussed that at length. We will leave it there.
I appreciate
it.
But
Woolie, we also have a few little things to get here, and first of all is our MAGFEST update.
Yes!
We have 2 panels that we would like to announce right now. We don't know specifically when they're going to be. People are at MAGFest, check your schedule. The first, real simple. Versus Wolves live.
Live and direct.
We're going to be doing a 2-hour panel in which we'll be running the usual Versus Wolves format, as well as taking some questions from the audience. Maybe you, dear listener, could be on an episode of Versus Wolves.
Everyone gets a seat at the table, potentially.
Has anyone ever asked you to... Sometimes I get messages, people being like, hey, how do I become a co-host on Versus Wolves?
You kid?
No, legit, more than one.
John, you know the story I've told you. You know.
Oh no! I know.
I've told people this, but absolute psychos out there, cyber psychos, have been out there in the wild, and one of the crazy encounters has been somebody that's, like, basically posted, "Hey, I think I figured out where the best friends live. I'm gonna hang out and wait to run into them. What should I say so that I can immediately become a new member of the group?" And leave a good first impression. Woo! Yeah, so, you know.
See, the problem is, Willie, sometimes I talk about that stuff, right? And someone will, and I have no foot. Someone will say, "Is that not what you did with Woolie, though?" And I'm like, it's like, I mean,
all right.
Yeah.
Next segment,
anyway, look,
we're going to be at MAGFest.
We're going to be at MAGFest, but we're also going to be running a second panel, and this one's serious. Woolie, would you like to let the people know the name of this panel?
MAGFest 2025. The Dokapon Incident.
we will disclose nothing further about this panel. I probably beat it to death on previous panels. I would say if you guys show up early, we're going to pack it out because that's what we do. Show up early to avoid disappointments. Okay, Woolie, next up, we got a little Patreon question.
Yes!
From Hedgie Buns.
Hey, Hedgie Buns.
Hedgie Buns always delivers the quality questions. I appreciate them. Woolie, you've died and gone to heaven. John, pretend you've died and gone to heaven.
Check. Done.
What stats do you want to be able to see from your life? Number of times you've successfully made a good meal? Number of people who've had a crush on you? Longest win streak?
Oof. Okay.
So I personally, I would be so curious to the crush one.
Yeah, no. Number of people that had a crush on you is broken. That's OP as hell. That is absolutely a mandatory stat. But not just seeing the number. You need to see, like, you need to know who, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, that is a huge curiosity to be like, wait, what? You know, like, that's important. I like that stat a lot. And, you know, it might give a nice little final, maybe kick of self-confidence that might be necessary as you ghost your way into the afterlife, you know? Like, oh, damn, okay, that's cool.
At what point does that become, like, weird, though?
I'm down to know that, like, somebody was like, hey, what's up? I was like, oh. That's it.
So, okay.
That's cool.
Say you have a best friend for like 5 years, and then they're like, I actually had a crush on you.
Okay.
See, that gets a little...
John, you're leaning into the shippers again. I thought we said we wouldn't do this.
No, I'm not talking about me!
John, look, I understand. Okay, I know. No, all right. Listen, hey, I'm flattered, really, but like,
Woolie, shut the fuck up.
We're trying to keep
Jesus
it professional.
Christ.
Let's keep it professional here, all right? We're trying to do a podcast. All right, I ask that we just, you know, we take it step by step and get where we need to go. How about that?
You done? You enjoy your bit? You have a good time? I had a good time? I'm glad someone did. I'm glad someone enjoyed that.
Listen, I would love to be able to look back at my life and get a breakdown on what skills I have developed and gotten close to, like, proficient. What level of mastery, you know?
Okay.
I would like to look at different things that I've, like, worked on, hobbies and you know, investments and different abilities, you know, teaching myself how to, whatever, make a studio, do a podcast, draw, you know, these types of, like, compete.
That's a real good one. But you know what I think could kind of fuck you up? Say there's like, okay, what you're talking about is where you put your experience points. I'd love to be able to see where your natural aptitude is.
Oh, potential. Oh, no.
That's the thing, right? You think at first, like, yeah, that would be cool to see. But then you think about it and you're like, oh, that could fuck me up.
Yeah, no, that's just a regret number. That's your potential number is unrealized. I don't want
S tier in cottage thatching?
I don't want to know what I could have crushed but never did.
Virtuosic cheesemonger?
Oh my god, no, that's haunting. Right? The point is to get a stat that you look back on and go, oh, okay, cool, not regret. Right? The point from looking from beyond.
Sometimes I get that with shit where I'm like, I should have been doing this way earlier in life. Like I wish I'd taken up jiu-jitsu way sooner. I wish I'd taken up boxing way sooner.
I wish I'd taken up boxing way sooner. Yeah,
Dude, you know what I've fucking fallen in love with? Hand parries.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you can avoid, but other times there's no time for that shit.
So
knock it out of the way.
So my trainer was showing me like one where it's just like, you know, hand parry, boom, into a right. And like, it's not a full right because you can't, but like, I'm like hitting people with it and like consistently, and it feels good. Now you hit them with like 5 or 6 and they learn, but it's interesting.
And
anyway,
It's not
won't
perfect
turn in
defense,
this.
but it is a tool, right? Yes.
Yep,
But
yep.
like, absolutely. I wish I started earlier. I think everyone has those. There's a lot of things I wish I kind of did and learned earlier, but I don't need to know and be haunted by like, oh, you could have been a contender. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to know, based on where we're at right now, what that data means, you know?
Another one I'd be curious is like, what is the most you ever piss someone off without being aware of it?
I mean, if this were not our jobs, I would say maybe, but no. Because our voices travel far and wide, and
I mean, I
God
know for
knows.
a fact that I have upset a lot of people.
I've created a career with my takes. You know what I mean? We can. Yep.
That's one of those. Man, this is interesting. When you start thinking of like looking at like the stats of your life, there's a lot of them that they're an abyss, and it's like, oh, is that information I want? But that's a great question. Thank you, Hedgie Bones.
Yeah.
If you would like to deliver your own Versus Wolves question and also get access to the Intermission Lounge, and listen, holidays are coming up. Personally, I can think of no better way to spend the holiday than shunning my family and just gunning every episode of the Intermission Lounge, which you can do over at patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast. Woolie, where can people do it?
Patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast. As of recording, the latest discussion has been Hajime no Ippo. That is a fun one, and a lot of great topics we have going on over there for anyone that's interested. I mean, we've talked about the BoJack bits, we've talked about some of the middle of Berserk, and just answered some questions back and forth. Gotten pretty real
honestly,
with
some
it.
of the question episodes are like some of my favorites, partially because like of the lunatic shit we occasionally go on, and then part of it's like, I think sometimes because like it is a smaller podcast, it's easier to get into the deep down shit that you don't want out on the internet. I don't know. It's like,
Well, maybe
there's
a
just
little
some stuff
bit.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking of some stories. Like, I've been thinking recently, what is a story I would tell on Versus Wolves versus Intermission Lounge? But, look, they'll all be out there someday. But yeah, listen, thank you to all our patrons. We love you guys.
Much
and
love.
we appreciate it. Because, this podcast, I love doing it. It's a lot of work sometimes. And it helps knowing that support is there.
Yeah, it does. And I think as well, like, while we always come in going, hey, we're going to have a reasonable length episode, the fact that they've been getting beefier just means we have that much more to say, and it's just that much more packed in each time as well. So thank you for the support, legitimate, everyone. Just thinking about that last question, like things you should have started earlier in life. I mean, podcasting, absolutely. I remember thinking about how dumb it was that I started so late at this stuff,
Oh man, in a lot of ways, you're like a primordial podcaster to me. Like I've been listening to you for like 15 years or something.
And in my head, I was like, oh, I was late to the game on that. I had a friend who pulled me aside and went, why don't you have one yet? Back then.
Yeah, I remember when you guys started it. I thinking like, well, that's an obvious move for those guys.
Yeah. So with that, why don't we take a quick word from our sponsor? Versus Wolves this month is brought to you by Rocket Money. That is the best way to find out about any extra subscriptions that you might not know that you're still subscribed to that are costing you, and you want to get rid of that stuff. Rocket Money is very, very useful for finding and getting rid of that stuff. I know I have had countless amounts of subscriptions on my phone, on my accounts, my pay accounts, just all these different places where you kind of sign up for something. There's a couple of services where I need them right away for one thing. Even like streaming, where you're going to watch a particular show and then let's say that's the only show you were interested in and then you're done, But like a lot of services nowadays are kind of like banking on the fact that you forget to unsubscribe. And that can add up. So, a service like Rocket Money is super useful and needs to exist in a world where
I think just the value of seeing all that shit in one place and being like, okay,
yeah.
this is, rather than having to go through like a bunch of different PayPals or current accounts and all that kind of like, that is what stops me doing that stuff sometimes. And then when I do it, I'm like, I should have done this sooner.
A long time ago, right? And again, you're talking about like a business model that a lot of companies have that is like, we want you to forget. We want you to make it hard, and you have to. And I've had one recently where it was literally like, okay, you can't unsubscribe on the app. You have to go to the website. And then once you go to the website, it creates a link that sends to your email. And then in your email, it creates a temporary page where for the next 10 minutes, you can unsubscribe. And it's like, oh, you jerks.
That is diabolical.
It's such a, like, dark patterns is the word that, like, is becoming legally a thing, you know? Like, it's such a dark pattern to make it that hard to unsubscribe from something that you're paying for every month. So, yeah, Rocket Money absolutely is perfect for finding all of those things and helping you save on subscriptions you don't need anymore. You have trial periods as well that end and suddenly switch over. Things that you're not using. 85% of people have at least one paid subscription that goes unused each month. So, yeah.
Well, I must be like 8 people in that case.
It's absurd, right? So,
I know I haven't watched New Japan in a long time, but I just believe in the product.
Well, that's cool, but that might not apply for everything else going on your list over there.
No, I don't think it even applies for that, Woolie.
So yeah, Rocket Money is a personal finance app. Helps you cancel unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, helps you lower your bills so you can grow your savings. And over 5 million users have saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, and I'd even say, even just like the personal finance side of things, I think everyone should have a handle on their money and know, like, have a good approximation of where money's going, how much is coming in, how much is going out. Because when you start doing that stuff is when you actually start understanding where your limitations are and where you can put money. And like, it's just... It's cool to see apps like this making that like more accessible for people. Like, that's one of the reasons I'm always like genuinely happy to have them as sponsors.
Yeah, and one of the features that was pretty cool I saw was the ability to alert you to a subscription price increase that might otherwise go unnoticed.
Oh, it's sick. Wow.
Right, so that's really useful as well. So yeah, you can cancel your unwanted subscriptions, reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/VSWolves today. That's rocketmoney.com/VSWolves. rocketmoney.com/VSWolves.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. In the house tonight, cheering me on are some of the biggest celebrities in Angel City, like the one responsible for exposing Crow as the fraud she is. It's Damage! And the other members of the Kings of Violence.
Does she ever stop talking?
Oh my god, she said my name! Kinda! And of course, savior to Angel City, CEO of Zero Day Industries, and my beloved boss. Huh? I can't believe it's him! Zero! Are you ready to once and for all see this bitch humiliated? I hope someone either brought a stretcher or a body bag, because those are the only way she's leaving this arena.
You ever hear that expression? Wolves don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
So then, without further ado, shall we get
Yeah.
into the meat and potatoes?
I think we should. And I think, considering this is our first episode back after the Best Collection 2024, a little rundown of the rules here, a little rundown of what we're doing, because I know we pick up new viewers here and there, and it's kind of
yeah.
it's worth catching people up.
That's
so
why we introduce ourselves every single time.
format of the podcast is real simple. I recommend something to Woolie, he recommends something to me, and we go through it. At the end of the podcast, we have our recommend or die section, where we both have 3 chances to recommend someone something they have not already played.
Yes.
Now, we don't talk about what happens.
I don't think we should even bring that energy into the air right now, because I think we've been enjoying ourselves and we've been having a pretty good time with this arc that has brought about
the friendship era.
Absolutely. It's brought about some of the best moments.
Versus Wolves, a story of friendship.
Yes. Now, when the show started, I did certainly feel like, it was a little unfair. My back was against the wall somewhat, because here you had a full years of watching me beforehand and fully knowing about what I've consumed and my media history. And it was asymmetrical. But
and Woolie, I've always been very transparent about the fact that I forgive you for that, and as the bigger person, I'm happy to move on from it.
And move on we have. So that is basically what it is. And with that, should I start?
I think it's time to talk some Kaiji Ultimate Survivor.
So, last episode that we got the recommendation, and I, being the attentive, sharp, not confused listener that I am, popped in and started watching, as discussed, the first episode of this show, and I saw, this kind of introduction to like a loser of a main character, bit of a goofball, silly guy, and he seemed to be late for school, but then he ran into this blonde girl who had glasses, and they kind of crashed into each other, and they were both late for school, but she seemed to be pretty physically adept and had some karate training, and some bullies then showed up, and I was starting to get pretty confused because I remembered that John had mentioned something about gambling, but as far as I could tell, all we see here towards the end of that first episode is a dojo full of big, strong karate men. And I was like, this is a hell of an introduction to, what was it? Kenichi? The mightiest disciple?
Dude, that is so weird. I would legitimately recommend you. Kenichi is on my list of other shit. What the fuck? Kenichi?
And so I watched an episode and was quite confused.
But when does the gambling start?
When does the gambling start? And, you have spoken of history's greatest disciple. And I started and I quickly realized I was on the wrong section on Crunchyroll. And, but the time frame seemed about right because it was like 2006 or so, right? So, yeah. Anyway, Kaiji.
Okay, look, just what I will say, Kenichi, History's Strongest Disciple, it's anime martial arts slop.
Oh boy,
it's good slop.
Okay.
It's good slop.
I mean, that first episode was absolutely by the numbers, But hey.
And it does not deviate from there.
But I will say that, I think it's just because of having the amount of times I remember you've brought it up that it baked the title into my brain, and they were releasing around the same time. Kenichi, the Mightiest Disciple being the official title, and Kenichi, the Ultimate Survivor being, Kaiji, the Ultimate Survivor being the other one.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah. So, but thankfully we didn't go too far down the mistaken road, and I noticed where I went wrong. Okay, John, Kaiji, the Ultimate Survivor. Before we even crack this can open, I need to know a very important question. What is your opinion on Squid Game?
I think they owe this manga author some fucking money.
Okay. Okay. Because I kind of wonder if part of the thought here was you need to see the shit that was real before this new shit took the world by storm.
So I like Squid Game. Squid Game is a kind of hard thing to come to after you've watched Kaiji. Because in a lot of ways, I think Kaiji goes harder.
I would have appreciated it much less if I had watched Kaiji in advance. Yes.
There's stuff I like about Squid Game. Like, Squid Game looks awesome. Like, its production's great.
I think Squid Game carries its message a lot louder. With where and how it gets into, you know, the nature of the asymmetrical financial system we find ourselves crushed underneath, and I think it's which makes it all that more ridiculous when we watch how every adaptation and game that comes out doesn't understand the anti-capital message and just goes full on in. I think I saw yesterday an ad where an emergency Domino's pizza is a part of Squid Games, where some people are running in the jumpsuits holding a pizza getting delivered. I mean, we're gone. We're
Sure.
gone,
Yeah.
right? It's
Okay.
completely disconnected from reality at this point.
I feel like art, like there's a kind of art now that comes out into the world and immediately just like it hits the internet and immediately like its DNA spirals across the internet and it just becomes nothing, you know?
I mean, the idea as well that like you even need to do a sequel because it's such a big hit, already like defeats the message. You know, it's one of these wild bits where like it didn't need more, but because it was such a big hit, we do go further and we need to expand it and we need to make it an iPhone game and we need to make it a this and a that. And yeah, I don't know. All I can think of is Disco Elysium. Joyce, Capital has the critique. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself, even those that would critique Capital end up reinforcing it instead.
That's it.
What is there? What else is there to say, right? So knowing about how that's a big hit, and I start watching this, it's like, oh fuck.
And the creator of Squid Game has been open about the fact that he loves Kaiji.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm curious about that. Yeah. So, Zawa Zawa.
I thought, Woolie, that if nothing else, the Zowas would be a hit.
Okay, so we all love JoJo and its menacing go, 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 right? Sound effect that you read from the panels and then it ends up showing up in the anime. But Kaiji takes it a step further by actually having the sound effect onomatopoeia kanji or kana voiced by somebody doing a cappella sound effects in the anime, and it reminds me of Doug, the old cartoon show, where you're literally hearing someone go zawa zawa.
Doug is not the comparison that I was coming into here expecting, but I get it.
Boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom.
Zawa, zawa, zawa. You want me to put my hand in this contraption, Patty Mayonnaise? Skeeter, no!
Zawa zawa. It's crazy. It's insane. But I recognized the face, and I was mentioning that I was like, oh, that looks like kind of like old Go Nagai character designs from the past. But I realized upon closer inspection, I know Kaiji's face, and I know that art style because I've seen him on pachinko games in Japan.
Oh, that adds up.
In Japan, there's a ton of ads for pachinko machines, and he's on some very popular ones that were being advertised in the windows and stuff.
I think playing a pachinko machine with Kaiji on it would be a little too staring into the void.
It's too real.
Okay, I have some questions about that, but I don't want to spoil where this conversation might be going.
I didn't look too hard, so I can't really say much besides I remember walking around and like I feel like I got to the edge of Akihabara where you're on the main giant street, multi-lane crossing street, and if you go down that way, you pass by some pachinko parlors, and they had Fist of the North Star in the window, and they had Kaiji, and they had that long-nosed, kind of ugly motherfucker, you know, attached to some of the merch and advertising on the machines.
So that's kind of the first thing that I think hits a lot of people about the show. It's kind of hideous.
Yeah,
but like intentionally, like
Absolutely.
the people making this are not trying to make a beautiful looking show.
No,
but you go for it.
And it's kind of a bit like Urasawa characters, right? Where they have, you know, you're watching your monster or your Pluto, and you're like, here, look at these big noses and look at these regular people, but then here you're like, no, everyone's kind of ugly. Everyone's kind of a little bit grotesque, and they are their own inner demons manifest on their personalities.
Yep.
Background characters from iShield 21 in the main spot.
There's literally people and their like teeth are turned outwards. Like pointing diagonally out of their mouth.
Yep. And this is because like the show is about greed. And you can think of when you design characters in a very stylized show that are showing their greedy people, you know what features you expect to see, but everyone has those features here, you know? And so, yeah, your main character is Kaiji Ito. He's a loser. He's just this day-to-day crumb bum.
Just this burnout who steals his big thing is that he steals the medallion, what is it called?
He steals kind of the front crest,
the hood ornaments,
yeah, off of basically BMWs, you know.
Yep.
And he slashes the tires as well, and like he gambles every day. He's a burnout. He's just in his apartment's a mess. He's smoking and drinking, and just every point of his life is miserable. And the only way to get his frustrations out, he literally says, it's like, it's time to go find a rich car, find a fancy car, slash those tires, and break off that hood ornament. You know, the more expensive the imported car, the better. And one day, his life changes when he's introduced, when his the loan shark that he knows basically is like, hey, I've got an opportunity for you. You looks like you owe a lot of money because you got swindled by someone you knew who put your name on a bad deal, and they hightailed it out of Dodge. You're stuck with the lump sum, and it's going to take you, I think, 11 years of your life to pay off the millions of yen you owe here. So
the way he breaks down is just crushing. Like, that's one thing I think's really this show is able to do so well. It's able to really contextualize financial weight and how much that's going to limit your life in this really uncomfortable way.
It's very interesting, and like there's moments that it reminds me of Yakuza almost, where it's like there's a threatening mobster ass villain in a suit talking to this like just almost homeless main character, and after giving off his most threatening aura and making you sweat and panic, he reaches into his jacket where the gun might be and pulls out a card. And on that card is a pricing point list that explains the interest over time on the loan that has been taken out. And you just have to look and hold this card and see that after this much time, this percentage increases. It's not a fixed rate. It's set to, you know, and here's the amelioration. And it just, it's a threatening ass business card you're looking at. And you're like, fuck, the numbers will crush you here. Mm-hmm. This is written clearly by somebody who's lived this life dreading the mail.
Yeah, there is like legitimate fear of death and loss and money in this show, and it's fucking like so thick through every part of it. Like, I think in a way, Kaiji captures this really unique kind of horror, and it's the horror of loss, and not like death, but death. And it's like sometimes when characters are making these big gambles with all this money, like you feel it in your chest and you're like, oh, he can't lose this.
And this is all on the backdrop of kind of like how Squid Games does later on. These characters are greedy, shitty, bad decision makers, addicted, and in many cases, like, the idea is that they set themselves up to have hard lives. But what should the cost of that be, right? Because there's some people, there's a bit of a feeling of like, well, you can only feel so bad, I suppose, right? It's kind of what they set up in a way. And you're like, look, he's like, yeah, he's got this collection of embarrassing hood ornaments, and you know, he's crawling away from his troubles and stuff. But also, he's got set up by a scummy friend that he used to know, so he's all like, the whole world is just seedy and dark and depressing. And a piece of information that I didn't have in advance that I looked up afterwards that was very important contextually. The show was animated in 2007, but the original manga was debuted in 1996, which was right after the Japanese economic bubble burst.
Right. Okay.
In the early 90s, 92, 93 is when that whole economy like broke down after the housing prices collapsed and the market collapsed entirely, and that the effects of that were felt by everyone in Japan for years, and it's been written about and it's referenced in a lot of anime from the time. This is somebody who is like a lot of unemployed people at that time, just gambling the days away and the pain away because everyone is going through it, right? Financial horror was extra sensitive to the viewer, to the reader at the time that this was released.
Yeah, for sure.
In 1996, you know? It was the first recession Japan experienced since World War II, right? So all of that is such a money is a big thing on everyone's mind. And so someone shows up and goes, hey, you suddenly inherited millions of debt, but you know what? You can wipe it all away in one magic night. What do you say?
Yeah, and like, I love that because like he sets up the just crushing weight of the debt that it's at the point where Kaiji is completely desperate. And then he's like, well, what if there was a way in one night?
Yep. And he calculates the amount of time. He's like, yep, it'll be 13 years of your life otherwise or whatever. And then it's like, you just need to go show up at this place and you'll be on a ship. And on that ship, you'll need to do some gambling. And that's
Espar, the ship of hope.
And that's it, right? If you do well, you can walk away and clear all your debts in one night. And it's like, what other information can I get about this? None. That's all you need to know, and that's all you're going to get for now, you know? Are you interested? And it's like, oh God, like, oh, hold on. What's that? The phone's ringing. Hello? Oh, there's only 2 places left? Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's interested. What's that? No spaces left? Oh, sorry, Kaiji. Looks like the boat's full. No, wait! You know? And, yeah, so he just, the classic hook, line, and sinker. And so you get to experience the boat arc as the introduction to this world. And Kaiji shows up and is getting on this just large sea liner that's going to take a cruise into the darkness, into the unknown. And you very quickly learn that like the pace and the way this anime is gonna work is like a death game in a way. There is a rule set you get introduced to. There's a way you can financially profit and make your way out if you can figure out and be hot on your heels with figuring out the rules and how to play the games and how to win against the other people that are also shit out of luck. However, if you are eliminated, you will find yourself with debts to repay. One of the things that everyone's walking in because they're already in debt. And one of the first things is like, hey, to play these games, you're going to need to borrow some money. So what's it going to be? 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, whatever you want. Here you go. You got to spend money to make money. And you're taking out in the negatives as you walk onto the ship.
And your interest rate is going up in 15-minute increments.
Time is literally increasing the interest. Exactly. So,
we mentioned Rocket Money as our sponsor today, right, folks?
So yeah, the threat is real. And you know there's a number that's floating above your head, Death Note style, as the night is going on. But it's very to the point in that it's like, yeah, guess what? If you get eliminated, if you fail to make back your money or to profit or clear your debts or so, you might find yourself with an amount that you can't possibly pay back reasonably in any amount of time that a loan shark would be satisfied with. So what's going to happen is this boat is going to come back and people who've broken even and cleared their debts will walk away debt-free if they've succeeded. Mm-hmm. And a whole lot of other people are going to just stay on this boat. And the boat's going to go somewhere. And we don't know where it's going to go. But wherever it does go, you'll be living there from now. And you'll spend a couple years doing labor.
Something.
Whatever it is, somewhere. And it's like, you are basically being shipped off to a fucking labor camp.
Yes.
And
you can remove the basically from that sentence.
Yes. No, you are being shipped off to...
And like, it's so sinister because like the game starts, and we'll get into the rules of the game in a sec, but it's like people start disappearing. Men in black start... So someone loses all their currency and men just come out, take them into a dark room. You don't find out what happens to them till much later. But the air of like, oh, this is horrible.
And, you know, the feeling of like, yes, you greedy fools, you downtrodden who've cast this upon yourselves. You are swine. And here your opportunities to fix your life are, of course, organized so that you will drown and suffocate beneath the debt that is forced upon you because you must take out more money, you know? And it's easy to look at this and you can kind of see that like everyone of the players is like a scumbag. This is definitely written for degens with no financial hope, you know, looking at these easy get rich quick schemes. But like, holy fuck, the institutions in charge are just the worst, you know? And there's this energy of like, they criticize a couple times. You're like, oh, are you one of those youth that thinks you're going to just declare bankruptcy and walk away from your responsibilities? Is that the kind of man you are? You know? And you're like, holy shit, Japan.
So there's one character, and like we'll get to it probably later, but Tonegawa. And at one point, Tonegawa gives a speech where he's just like, here is what it means to create value within yourself. You have all failed to create value, and now you're here. And it's like, fuck.
Oh, man. So the boat is real simple. And I noticed something too, once the rules of basically the first game get introduced, which is limited rock, paper, scissors. You're on this boat. It's 4 hours. You have 4 cards of each rock, paper, or scissors type, and you must spend them all and win a minimum of 3 victories net positive for after spending all your hands to move on and survive. If you are left with any unused cards, or if you don't have at least 3 victory stars, you're taken away. Yeah, you kind of, once the rules are explained, and I'm like, oh, this is some Hunter x Hunter shit. The energy is like, oh, here's the problem, here's the solution. It's a game. You've got to outthink it. You've got to find the cracks. You've got to find the unwritten rules. And it felt a lot like Hunter x Hunter problem solving was what I was thinking to myself. And then I looked at the title of the first episode, and do you know what it's called? Departure.
Whoa, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So I kind of have some mixed feelings about limited rock paper scissors. I think it's fun, and I think it introduces like the kind of mind games that happens between players, and like I really like the kind of asymmetrical resource side of it, because basically you have three resources. You have your stars, which are like your lives, and then you have your cards, but then you also have money. And a lot of this first game is Kaiji learning to use those resources and leverage them. So he starts buying cards, he starts selling cards, he starts like all this kind of stuff, and it's interesting. But what I do think about this first arc, I nearly think like the game of limited rock paper scissors. Because, like, you know, it's rock, paper, scissors, but when you start getting into the economic behind it, or the economy behind it, where there's a limited number of rock, paper, scissors cards, it gets very complicated, I feel like. And I guess even watching it twice, there's parts where I'm rewinding and being like, wait, okay, what was he doing there?
Okay. See, it's interesting because to me, that's why I liked it. Was because...
Okay. So no, let's just translate there. Fucking big brain Woolie didn't have any problem with it. And
that's
fucking
not it at all.
Dumb old John. No, Woolie, I don't understand what's happening here. Can you use your giant brain to explain it? I just like it when the characters punch each other. I cannot understand such complicated storytelling, Woolie.
Well, excuse me if we can't all compete at the same level in fighting games, my friend.
Friendship era, friendship era, friendship era, friendship era, friendship era, friendship era, friendship era.
I'll wait. That's cool. I mean, you know, there's Brawlhalla over there if you'd like to get a game.
That's fucking low. That is an awful thing to say. I would never play Brawlhalla. I've never played Brawlhalla. I'm sure it's great.
I'm not a fan, but that's neither here nor there. Especially not here. I liked that Rock Paper Scissors is a very simple childlike game that we're all very familiar with, and at its inception, you're like, okay, I get the basics because I'm you know, you have a simple like, oh, win more and then that's good. But like, because of the extra currencies, it's deceptively complex, and you get an opportunity to see Kaiji outthink these limitations and realize as well that like the rules are there's the rules, you know, and then there's the invisible what's allowed, you know.
So just to give an example of like how it gets complicated, there is a ticker on the wall that shows every time you play a rock paper scissors card, it gets discarded. You put it down a little slot and it's out of the game from there. There is a ticker on the wall that counts how many rock, paper, and scissors cards are left in play.
Yeah.
So what happens then when the scissors card starts disappearing? And what happens is that when scissors starts disappearing, paper becomes ultra powerful, because there's nothing then that can beat paper.
So the game is basically, you also have on the wall the numbers that are showing you probability. And so you have to do probability in your head to consider what the chances are that each play you have left is has a better chance of winning. There's one of the only rules is you cannot destroy any cards. They have to keep account for however many are in play, you know.
So one of the first people to be taken away tries to flush his cards down the toilet, and then immediately the black suits men just lead him away.
But at the same time, if you start working together with people, if you start doing stuff like no one's saying anything, that's all fine, you know? So there's a kind of like, and so you kind of, Squid Game, of course, has this element that, you know, they later on you kind of see where you're like, oh, we're doing kind of like child's games, except they're with a lethal kind of threat or so. And I feel like here you picked a really simple child's game, but then it's rewarding people who are shonen protagonists, think outside the box problem solvers, you know, who can puzzle their way out of the situation. And you start seeing the villains emerging of like different styles of players who are like, you know, coming up with their own solutions to this game. And the entire time you're considering these different factors and characters in play, people are just getting grabbed and pulled into a back room. You know, it's really, really, it's ominous, it's threatening, and of course, it's very interesting because, like, the idea the whole time is like, and if you stop to gather your thoughts for a second, the interest rate is going up. So the incentive to hurry the fuck up and get out of this game is burning the entire time.
So, like, Kaiji's first game here is a guy who's like, okay, if me and you just work together, we can just draw and get rid of all our cards and be with 3 stars at the end and we'll be okay. But then, so Kaiji puts down a rock and he's like, let's just both play rock. And then the guy puts down a paper and he's
draw
like,
cards get discarded.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can't believe that happened. Let's run it back. And he does it again. And immediately Kaiji is down 2 stars, 1 away from death.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think this show does so beautifully is the way it constantly hangs Kaiji over complete oblivion.
Yes.
And sometimes even pushes him over the edge. And you're like, he can't come back. He can't come back.
It's impossible, right?
But like it's one thing to say it's impossible. It's another thing to believe it, to be like he's fucked.
Yeah. Sawa.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of, so I go to Evo every year, and you know, being in Vegas, you get a chance to, like, you know, you can play a couple of casino games and get a feel for it if you'd like. Some games are funner than others. I particularly am not a big gambler. But there's a couple of things where I'm like, yeah, it's, you know, I'll sit with my friends and take my time having an evening where we're just kind of playing low stakes blackjack, for example. Hit me, split, you know, soft 17, okay, whatever. You know, and you kind of take your time, you sip on a drink, and you just chat over time. It's nice. Or, you know, you're playing craps or something like that, where it's like, ooh, statistically, that's the highest chance of everybody winning together. That's fun to kind of, you know, hang out with your friends and stuff, and you don't go too crazy with it. But I remember there was a game, and it was called War, and it was really simple. You put your money down, and then you draw a card, and then the dealer draws a card, and whatever card's higher wins, and your money's gone. And just taking it to its rawest, no interaction except the beginning and end of the game felt so bad. You lose so fast, and I was like, oh God, fuck this game, never again, right? The steps of obfuscation of like, hit me. Ooh, I'm on a 12. Okay, you're showing an 18. Okay, I got to hit, right? All of these little extra things just add a little bit of a game to it that you can sort of enjoy. But the rawness of, that's a 7, that's a queen, fuck you, you lose. Bye. Do you want to play again? Was brutal. And I felt that moment happens in Kaiji a lot. Where, like, just the raw, clean, like, and in 1 second, you were neutral or on top, and now you've lost it all. And that's what gambling is, right? The feeling of losing your entire stack, risking it all when you don't need to, is brutal, and it captures that quite well. I don't want to go, you know, I guess, into the fullest detailed spoilers of stuff, but I do, you know, want to mention the points that kind of, you know, hit as you go through the show.
I would say, like, and specifically, yeah, I think I'd like to, this is a lesser known show, and I would definitely like to let people discover parts for it themselves. But certainly towards the end of Rock, Paper, Scissors,
yeah,
it gets grim.
So I'm gonna like talk about, you know, if that kind of sounds interesting to you and you want to experience this really gritty mid-90s era gambling degen, everyone is smoking and life is brutal, show, then Kaiji Ultimate Survivor is absolutely up your alley, and I highly recommend it. To then get into a little more detail, you start to see where those people end up, right? And there's a room, first of all, before that, where people that have lost are on the way to losing but have not yet lost, right? They're like, I've got 1 star left, I've got cards left, fuck, the time limit's coming in. They're just hanging out in the bathroom and the lounge crying. Everyone is just facing grim reality that they're like, oh fuck, I'm about to become a slave for God knows how many years. Like, everything's gone, right? And then those who are taken, it's like, hey, these fancy glass windows that have been surrounding the room, in them are the lost, who are basically grabbed, stripped of all their clothes, and kicked onto the ground, naked in the dark, to just stare at who's left playing and who's upstairs that was victorious, sipping champagne on the balcony. You know? It is so dehumanizing, you know?
It's horrible. It's so horrible.
And it is clear that it's like, yeah, you're done. You are now a number. Good luck. Hopefully someone remembers you at some point, you know? It's very, like, there's that teeter-totter in the show is like the degen gambler that has the chance to win it all and walk away big, but also the threat of losing your entire the skin off your back, you know, is always there too. So people have that moment of like, it's survival. It's I don't want to fucking, you know, get shipped off away in the middle of the night. But, oh, fuck the riches, though. Oh, man, what if, you know? And, and that little, just that voice that you can't quite let go of. It's a great little introduction to this world, right? Where the show goes afterwards, because I kept watching.
I'm so glad.
Is holy shit. Because you get out of this boat arc with the rock, paper, scissors bit. And, you may have made it out with your, with your debt, and you haven't been kidnapped, but, your life is fucked and you're going to need to do something about it. So
I think, I don't want to say too much about what way things go for Kaiji, but he ends up in another game. And this, to me, is some of the bleakest storytelling I have ever seen in anime. We get Woolie, the bridge.
The balance beam arc. And so this is where the little Squid Games kind of wheels start turning. You know, where you're like, okay, right. That was clearly... But it's much more straightforward and simple in that you spend an entire arc with what should be, you would imagine, 1 episode worth of storytelling. But instead, it's excruciatingly drawn out because of the nature of what it is and what it is.
Yeah, and I think like the drawn out nature is very consciously what the show is trying to do. Like, it wants you to feel like... So a major like twist in the episode is that the wind blows.
It's literally, the goal is cross a steel beam from one ledge to another, and the fall underneath will fuck you up. It's a couple stories. It's clear that you'll make it, but you're not gonna be okay. And as you're crossing, of course, a bunch of gambling rich assholes are like, hey, yeah, come on, fall.
They're on the ground, like, eating barbecue and sipping drinks, being like, look at these poor people.
They're just having a great time yucking it up, right? Watching, looking for people to fall. And it becomes quite clear that you're like, hey, cross this shit, cross it immediately. You can't use your hands, just balance. And, oh, look, the beam is getting thinner as we get closer, right? And it's fucking brutal, man. The idea that you've got to make it and you've got to make it first. Only the first two people across are getting a reward. Everyone else
Which means if you are not first, your only way through this is to push the person in front of you off.
And so you find yourself in this kind of sandwich scenario where you're questioning your fucking humanity, And it's brutal, man. People are fucking put through it, and everyone is desperate, and it's everything you would imagine. And then you get to the next room.
Then you learn that the first room was fucking nothing.
Because, yeah, okay, hey, guess what? You know what? It's what you think it is. Cross this beam between skyscrapers.
Yeah, so far in the sky that the space below you is complete darkness.
It's just what it is. And this
is a nightmare. This entire
right
part is horrifying.
Oh, and by the way, last time we said you're disqualified if you land and touch your hands. This time around, the beam is electrified. So if you touch it, you will automatically get shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, bye. And you're outside crossing what looks a lot like the Shinumeda building in Osaka, almost, where you're just crossing between this gap. And this time around, the audience are the absolute A-list S-tier donors having their fucking stakes, watching as people are just fucking bawling their eyes out.
So that's another thing I love about the show. Like, the characters are so emotional and so expressive, and I think a part of it is like, no one, the creators of Kaiji and the author, like, he's not trying to make kawaii characters. He's not trying to make pleasant looking characters. So he's free to just take their faces and just contort them into the most devastated, broken mess where it's like, it's like their noses are like running. There's like tears streaming down their face, and they're like, you feel it. Like, you feel the panic of these characters.
Imagine if you were given 45 minutes to cross a steel beam of, I guess, like 20 feet or so above death. And imagine how slow you would cross that and how long it would take. And basically the show is going in real time. And everyone is feeling everything at every moment. And the cruelty and the callousness, where it's like, oh, this is not a bunch of rich banks and loan sharks getting in on making the indebted people even fall further into debt, right? This is not turning them into commodities where your slave labor will be used to, keep us our profits high or whatever. This is just, oh, look at that asshole fall. Yeah. I hope he makes a good splat when he lands.
And it's before this that Tanigawa gives the speech. Tanigawa is like this real kind of starched sort of CEO type, and you later learn he's not even a CEO. He's a middle manager.
Pinstripe businessman.
Yeah, and he's like, the average person works 50 to 60 hours a week for 20 to 30 years before they have any value, before they can afford to take time off, before they can really enjoy in everything they've accumulated. You people have not done that, and yet you want a reward. So what you're going to do is risk everything in your meaningless lives because you have no other value. It's so fucking dark.
He sits in a chair and watches them cross, and then he turns to the camera and gives you the thesis statement of the show. He gives you the philosophy of those in charge and what they feel. And
like, they are completely remorseless in any of this.
Yeah.
This is all delightful to them.
Yeah, and it does remind me of, like, because I'm like, the reason, a lot of the times, a big problem I have with death game setups is that the motivations are usually terrible. There's pretty often a pretty bad or not really sensical explanation for things. And I'm reminded of, like, the original. I'm reminded of, like, Battle Royale, where it's just kind of like, the adults got mad at the kids because of the economy. And
no, Woolie, it's the only way to maintain order because the government is willing to show people how far they'll go. It makes perfect sense.
And thus we need to pick one classroom to like, how does this solve, what? It's like, shut up, it's a death game, right? Like, it's a commentary on how much we love watching modern day gladiators, kill each other. Okay, cool, got it, right? And so this is, sort of hitting that itch, but it's also that, like, kicking you when you're down thing that you'll see from time to time. It's a bit like the feeling you get with, like, Godzilla -1, where you're like, oh yeah, everyone is economic. This is the Great Depression happening, and we're rounding up rats and fucking making them dance, and then we're, like, juicing up the taser, and just being like, oh, I wonder if it can survive that one, and so you get to just, like, this arc is like, the brutality just leaves nothing to the imagination. It just cuts past all pretense of the money and the greed and the cost and all of that, and you just look back and go, wow, every chance that you might have gotten to run away from this that you did not take, now you are fully regretting it. Like,
I think one of the hardest parts is that before they step on the balance beam, like the second balance beam, the guys, like these kind of poor people, have this moment where they're all like, you know what? We can do this.
We can fucking do this.
We've already crossed one balance beam.
It's the same.
And so they all get really psyched up, and they're a team and they're with each other, and you watch that just freeze and shatter. Yeah. And you're watching these people, like, come the fuck apart as the pressure of being, 80 meters in the air in complete darkness on this sliver of metal just annihilates them. And it's like, we've talked about how, like, the show is ugly. Don't mistake that for the show not being well directed. The show does a fucking phenomenal job with its camera work, with its imagery, of putting you, like, so this one image where once they start to be afraid, you start to see these fingers, these demonic fingers, just crushing their hearts.
The beast.
And oh, it's so good. The beast called fear.
The beast called fear. Yeah, it's real. And I think too as well that, like, in the way Squid Game kind of plays itself out, it's like, okay, it puts the apple in front of you and you can reach for it, but you've also got these men with guns that will execute you for failing and da-da-da-da. And here there's that element of, like, well, you could have walked away, but you said yes every time. And you dug yourself deeper every time there was a chance. And yeah, we basically tricked you into going further, and we pushed you and we wanted you to go further. But if you truly stood up and said no, you could have left, Mm-hmm. And that is a part of this that, like, keeps that feeling where the person that's getting further and further into despair has no one to blame but themselves. Even though the system is absolutely ripping them apart, they keep focusing on that, why did I do this? It's so much more brutal,
Yeah, and I think it's tricky, right? Because it's like, you're right. They are here because of themselves, but they are within a system that constantly cajoled and nudged them and conditioned them to want this.
And so this is where Kaiji's ability to, like, survive, to always find that way out and stuff, really, you start to kind of look at it and go, like, motherfucker, you're talking about, in many cases, playing that one last hand for justice, right? To set things right, to do what you need to do, especially if there's someone that you're trying to avenge or so. But, like, this is just addiction. This is just you know? And it's that scene in Heat where you're fucking driving off into the sunset and everything is fine. Yeah, you got fucked over, but hey, you've got your life. Motherfucker, I'm wheeling this car around. I can't believe he's getting away with it. And you're like, no, you have it right there. You could have, you know, Carlito's Way. Get on the train, man. You know, it's that kind of thing where you're like, oh, Kaiji's fatal flaw, right? The piece of shit that he introduced himself as, he continues to be. And he thinks himself out of every situation for better and for worse. You know, it's really good at how it presents that.
Totally.
Man, there's one moment when you get to the end of that balance beam that is just the cruelest, most just obscene, horrible thing.
Okay, there are two moments you could be talking about.
There are two.
One of them is the death of Ishida, I think he's called.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the guy behind him, and then there's the guy on the other beam.
Yes. So I watched this episode and I had a nightmare that night that I will never forget.
Oh man, yo, you want a VR game for the ages?
No, I do not. So I had a dream the night I watched this episode that I was doing this and I was really good at it. And I got to the last quarter of the balance beam. For the record, I would not be good at it in real life. This was a dream. And when I got to the last quarter, the rest of the beam retracted.
Okay. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, look, if we've played a Dark Souls game or two, you might have experienced walking on tight ropes, slacklining a little bit here and there. But fuck me. The after going through not just absolute hell, right? Just the worst you can imagine and just the most suffering. It's so brutal. One of these bridge runners just fucking hoofs and makes it and grabs the end ledge and actually makes it across and has that moment, that sigh of relief, and the tension actually releases, and then tries to open the window to get inside, because that's how you get inside from outside. And the show takes a moment to be suddenly something felt off. And
that's such a horrible moment. You're like, no.
And you look, and it's from inside the windows, you could suddenly notice that people were standing behind the windows, and they appeared to be laughing with their arms linked together, smiling in anticipation of something. Something was unclear, but it wasn't sure what, but they knew something was about to happen. People were gleeful in delight for some sort of unknown variable. And he opens the window to get inside, and the fucking air pressure change just causes a massive wind blowback. And it's, you made it to the end. Fuck you. And that little bit of the rules, you always kind of expect it's oh, we're going to lie and cheat a little bit and be deceitful, but there's a clear, we're never going to just completely point you in the wrong direction, right? We're going to be clear with the goals, but you'll be surprised about the twists and turns of how you get there. And here is it's just a lie. It's just a lie because the rich fucks just love that absolute look of desperation, and they want to see it one last time.
There's it's grotesque when you see the expressions on their face when he reaches the window, and that horrible sensation of he's still fucked, isn't he?
No matter what, the olive branch, the olive branch that you are you think you see. The idea that you're like, okay, as long as I beat all the other gladiators and I get a thumbs up, then I'll be okay, right? And it's like, yeah, but a whole lot of people came here to see a lion. So,
Yeah.
Fuck,
So the moment that fucked me up was when it's like the guy behind Kaiji. So Kaiji like rescues him in a previous arc and kind of pulls him up from the kind of muck. And he's just this hopeless dad who shouldn't be there. He doesn't have a good instinct. He's not good at these games, but Kaiji's kind of like protecting him. And he gets halfway across the balance beam behind Kaiji and he goes, I can't fucking do this. I can't do this. Like, I just can't. And he gives Kaiji his ticket, which if you reach to the side, you cash in for 10 million. And Kaiji's like, no, Ishida, we're both going to make it. We're both going to do this. And Kaiji gives him this big speech. And then Kaiji turns around. Nothing. No one's there. Because Ishida fell without screaming. And that shot of the empty balance beam destroyed me.
Oh man, I felt it coming, right? It was set up in such a way where I was like, oh, this is going to be the way to do it, and that's what's going to happen. So it wasn't that surprising when it happened.
So
right?
I think it wasn't surprising. I expected him to fall. The silence killed me.
No, this is what I'm saying. It's
sorry,
not the shot of the empty beam that got me. It's when they cut to him falling to his death, holding his mouth, trying to not scream. Oh man, that's insane. That's the one where it's like, oh yeah, no, like he held it in for Kaiji, in those final moments. Like, man, that's brutal. It's so callous. It's so insanely callous. And and so you kind of like, it really, like, that's the kind of thing where you get through that type of experience and it's very clear that it's like, you're gonna be fucked up beyond belief. And I think the show does a really good job of like the weight and the scars of that experience, like absolutely annihilating the characters involved. It shows that, and we don't need to kind of like, I guess, go too far into, the bits afterwards, because you kind of
No, I don't think so. And I think, if you like what you've heard so far, would you agree, Woolie? There is some fucking great shit.
Well, I just wanted to yes, there's some great shit. And I just wanted to bring up, again, it's that idea that fucking, I'm going to get them back, that fallacy where you called it justice, but it's really just fucking addiction,
Yep.
That comes back. You made reference to, I asked if there was a robot in this show and you said there sure was. It's called the Apologizer. Yo, man. Let's put it like this, right? Of course, there's a villain who is for.
So do we want to just drop a hard spoiler warning here?
I'm not even gonna get into the fullest of it, except for just the nature of the Apologizer, right? Which is simple. There is someone who wrongs the organizers involved in this death sport, right? And
I wouldn't even say wrongs, Woolie. I would say disappoints.
Disappoints. And Kaiji is demanding that the person who do this apologize for their deeds. And the powers that be are like, well, we've got that shit covered. Why stop there?
You see, Woolie, if someone apologizes to you, they're still smiling out of the corner of their mouth because they know that they're getting one over on you.
Yeah, you can.
But what if there was a way?
If you do a dogeza, if you get on your knees and you put your forehead on the ground and you are contrite in your apology, sure, you're lowering your position, but really, you can not mean it. In your heart, you can be full of shit. And how do we know that you're serious about your apology? Well, let's make it so that you have no choice but to be. And they wheel out what is essentially just a human-sized, like, hibachi grill. And it's like, you're going to get down and you're going to do your moshewake arimasen. You're going to get on your knees and bow, but you're going to cook while you bow because the grill is on.
And particularly your forehead.
The whole floor is broiling, right? Melting your shoes hot. And, if you don't bow for, let's say, the proper amount of time, 10 seconds, that's about right, then the count will restart. Now, you don't want the count to restart because most human beings can't survive their flesh being exposed to this.
They literally say, if you can take your punishment and bow for 10 seconds, you'll probably be okay. It'll probably burn your forehead off and it'll be really painful. But I mean, if that counter keeps resetting,
your flesh,
you're going to burn through your skull.
Yep. And a lot of people also have a hard time, committing to it. So we have a little back brace,
little support,
right? Little back support in front of the hot plate that you just line up against it and it bows for you. So that's how we know you mean your apology.
So the person who came up with this device for most of the series, of this first series, he's just known as the President.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Literally unnamed.
Yep. Absolutely horrifying villain. There is moments in this where the President feels more frightening and unbeatable to me than like Cell or Frieza.
Yeah. You have these monologues of like, oh no, you didn't leave it up to chance, did you? Like he goes on these. Yeah, it's fantastic. And
so Woolie, I guess I gotta know, how far did you get?
All the way.
No fucking way.
Season 1, full thing.
Okay. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
Okay. Complete. Like, I don't want to spoil anything. How about that final game?
I'm just mad at it. I'm just upset because
it's upsetting.
It's pure hubris. You just get to watch. In that moment in any movie where like just walk away, you're screaming, like, just walk away.
Someone even says you are out of luck and you need to stop.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I actually rewatched all of it because I rewatched the first season because I wanted to just go in on this conversation.
Okay, yeah. No, it ramps things up in such a drastic way after establishing, the stakes, and then it kind of just gets fucking real, and you never turn back from that. It feels like, and then of course, like, yeah, once your life is on the line, what are we doing here? Meat for the meat grinder. It really spends a lot of time just kind of going, yeah, man, isn't it fucked how unfair society is? Anyway, you gambling degenerate bitch, fuck you. You shouldn't be so greedy. Get your life together. Take responsibility. Go work at a 7-Eleven. Wipe those windows, right? Make something of yourself. Make an honest living. Never mind the people eating steak, smiling, having bubbly and champagne behind the scenes. They show you the loud gamblers in some of the early games where the stakes are lower that are like happy to watch you have your leg break in half and are loving it. And they're just like dudes at the horse track, the hippodrome. They're like, yeah, you fucker, or whatever. They're having a great time getting drunk. But when people are falling to their absolute deaths in silence, the crowd is not this loud, belligerent, drunken group. It's people in tuxedos silently slicing their T-bones as classical music is playing, you know?
It's fucking horrifying. God, it's so good. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, because I really love Kaiji. It will forever be an underrated gem because people don't want to look at it, but it's god tier. Do you know what the second season is?
I don't. But my understanding is that at some point pachinko factors in, because there's
I'm gonna say 3 words: demonic pachinko machine.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. That's why there's these real pachinko things going on.
I have mixed feelings about the second season, but like, it's not that I think it's worse. It takes some crazy swings, and like, the things that it chooses to center as the villain of the season is fucking wild.
Okay.
But it's also got some of the grimmest, best storytelling in Kaiji.
Interesting. I mean, there's certainly more story to tell, you know, so...
Definitely. And more after the anime, which I have never read. There's manga that goes on. Someone told me once that you have to know a lot about... that weird Japanese tile game. What's it called?
Shogi?
Shogi, yes.
Or
not the Japanese
not Mahjong.
chess. Mahjong. Yeah, no, it's Mahjong.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know Mahjong, so I should really just learn
I see.
But,
okay.
Yeah.
I will say as well.
Woolie.
Well, one thing about it that is absolutely worth mentioning too is that the weakest part of Squid Game, to me, was the introduction of the investors and how that part is handled. It's so goofy and silly and dumb, and you just have to laugh at it because of how badly, it plays out. And it also, swerves things into like slapstick almost, right? Here, I feel like the way that the audience, right? The greedy rich are portrayed is just distant and fucking dehumanizing enough to make maximum impact.
It's terrifying.
And then they're out,
Yep.
It does a way better job making that point than the guys who show up at the, in Squid Game, like, hey, I ordered my beef steak, like whatever they're, it's just like, all right.
Oh, and Tonigawa has his own side series.
Wow. Okay.
Middle manager Tonigawa.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit more comedy, but it's Kaiji, like it's great. The only thing that kind of sucks is like this is like a 480p 360p rip.
Oh yeah, you're not getting
and it for
Crunchyroll
like even so this was a weird one. It actually appeared on Netflix after the recommend last time.
Okay.
And it and I was hopeful that it would be a better rip. It's not. I like a Blu-ray doesn't exist of this thing.
It wasn't on Canadian Netflix, but I caught it on Crunchyroll, and the quality is certainly, it's artifacted for sure. Yeah. Shout outs to a villain name that you don't get for the entire thing until like seconds to go. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Yeah. So Kaiji, the ultimate survivor, very, very strong contender. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, this should be interesting. I was hopeful you'd like it. There was a part of me where I was like, okay, some of the storytelling and plotting can be a little bit hokey sometimes, like a little contrived. And I was wondering how much that was gonna eat at you. It doesn't seem like it did a lot.
No, not too much. And the parts that did bother me were character flaws, that were intended. So I think it does a great job of that. Ultimately, I think what's funny to me is like I can see the Hunter x Hunter problem solving so clearly in this that it's like, and I see where your appeal is landing, I mean, in the exam they even have that like pit that you can fall in, and you know what I mean, for a moment. Like there's these kind of like little like, oh my god,
I'm pretty partial to games of death to the point that I don't really care why they're happening. I just like the dynamics of them, and Hunter x Hunter definitely has like seasons like that, which we may get to at some point, Woolie. but we'll see. Wooly, how would you feel about entering the Pantheon of Greatness?
The Pantheon. Roll the stone doors open. Shine the light on high.
We had some issues with the Pantheon last episode. The janitors didn't come by and straighten everything out. That has been fixed. Everything is in its rightful place now.
Yeah, true. There was a little bit of confusion there, but I think we are looking at the correct revision. We're up to date.
Whoa. Dokapon is actually, like, low down on this list.
It got pushed. It started, in a decent place, but space and time have, gravity has pushed, yeah.
I don't know if I told you, Wooly, this Friday, I'm sorry, everyone, this will be over by the time that this podcast is out. It's the final Dokapon stream.
Mm-hmm. I saw.
The Dokathon. Wait, how did you see?
I heard, rather. I heard.
Your little birds, Wooly. Do they bring you messages?
I mean, if by that you mean the like top of my YouTube thing saying, "Hey, it's happening this time that you made yourself," or so.
Okay, cool.
Like your notification that you made pop, like.
Did I put that on YouTube? It's been a long couple.
I think so. Yeah. No little spiders. But when I look at this list, by virtue of the fact that it's like there's a bar here, and the bar is like, did you even enjoy it? Yes. Then it at least comes in above missing an FGC tournament, right? Like,
I mean, no question. Yeah.
So we go straight to whether or not Cyber 6 lines up with it. And I think
there's so much cool shit about Cyber 6.
There
is. What's the theme song again, Wooly? No, it's actually kind of grown on me.
There's a time when the moon reveals its face.
I was thinking of a different song. Apologies. Yeah, it beats Cyber 6. Friendship era. Versus Wolves, a story of friendship.
Police Knots comes up next, and you know what? I think it's better than Police Knots.
Look, I think Police Knots is a rootin' tootin' good time. I also think it's fucking bullshit. I love Police Knots, I really do, but yeah, I that is a struggle of a game to wade through in parts.
And I think that it successfully gets its message across in a more clear manner than Kojima did with Police Knots.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It kind of breaks my heart.
It bothers you, doesn't it?
Dokapon to me, are we allowed re-rank stuff?
Do we need to have a divine light? A divine gust?
Okay, we're going to put down Kaiji for a second, and I think Dokapon deserves a re-rank.
Dokapon went on to have so much more impact in your life after that initial ranking.
I think it's like my favorite game I played this year.
You won't stop. You won't stop. I'm running out.
It's the final Dokapon stream.
I'm running out of things to say to be like, oh, he's doing it again. Like, he really liked it. After all that like huffing and puffing, turned out that he had a great time with it. No matter what types of energy shit I took over that, but it doesn't matter. That's all in the past. And you know what?
It's all in the past.
I think the present, in the name of friendship, we can put Dokapon where it feels like it ought to go. Because, yeah.
Okay.
If we were all burdened by the past, where would we be, John?
Exactly.
Right?
I always say stuff like that.
We got to be able to move forward. And I'm down with that. I would also say, though, that by opening up the ability for, this Pantheon.
I'm not rewatching Cyber 6.
That's not where I was going. But I will say that, everything at any point can be called into question.
Sure.
you know, who knows? I mean, some people have felt that the throne of heaven is just a way of keeping, you know, the boots from getting dirty.
Okay, look, here's what I'll say. If you think that the throne of heaven is designed to protect Berserk, you are incorrect. It is designed to protect everything else from Berserk.
Okay, I see. I understand. But nonetheless, I'm okay with staying current with the times. And in the interest of that, Dokapon should be further up on this list. I agree. It's fantastic.
Okay.
It's delightful.
I think it beats Fear and Hunger.
I think so.
I'm also going to say it beats Caribbean Food.
I think it does. The experiences I've had have been higher ranking numbers of emotion have been felt from Dokapon than the food, yeah.
Judging by our joint level of affection, I think it beats Twin Peaks as well.
Okay, I agree.
I would also put it above Darkest Dungeon 2.
Yep, that's fair.
I would also put it above Hunter x Hunter.
That is surprising, but...
Well, now, that's, you know, again, the caveat I always give Hunter x Hunter is that we left off Hunter x Hunter at Heaven's Arena.
Yes.
And we have some really fucking good shit ahead of us. So at some point, we might need to rank Hunter x Hunter again.
Okay.
Well,
I guess we'll see then.
Yep.
But I also know that, like, I'm ranking Dokapon based on the fucking trenches that I survived, you know, with the others in a multiplayer context. You getting this much out of it in a single player context is blowing my mind.
Well, you know, Woolie, I first of all, I actually find your comment a little disrespectful. I'm glad that you got to live soft Dokapon against flesh and blood humans. You have no concept of the cold digital assassins that I had to endure. Okay?
Yes, you had no skin in the game. That is correct.
Really? I was humiliated on stream for 9 months by a fucking NPC. My audience turned against me.
I'm glad that you did not have to experience the anxiety attacks that we all shared off camera before recording when it was time to sit down and play.
And I'm glad you never had to experience Kathy.
Let it simply remain that people were doubtful of my recommendation with the computer being the right way. A lot of folks thought that might be spoiling the experience, and it turns out it was actually fantastic for you. And so I'm happy.
No argument there.
And I'm happy we both got positive outcomes.
Mm-hmm. Is Dokapon better than Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1? Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Is it better than Vinland Saga Season? Now, Woolie, we're hitting some Now I'm wondering, but what do you think?
You can go back, Dokapon changed me.
Okay.
Dokapon changed me.
Is it better than starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I'm gonna leave this to you. Because now we are in the realm of shit that it's okay. This changed us.
Life experiences. Mm-hmm. Yes, it has. By virtue of the fact that one has showed me a path of potential that opened up, and the other, I am now spreading the gospel to others of. I am a Dokapon messenger for the rest of my life.
It's true. You are. But is it better than Legend of the Galactic Heroes up to episode 15?
Ooh. Between the two of us, I feel like the energy that you had and I had, it would go above that.
I agree. Is Dokapon better than kill 6 billion demons?
By the same metric we just gave Legend of the Galactic Heroes between the two of us, I think it would honestly have to be.
Is Dokapon better than Earthbound?
I don't know.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I think this is as far as it goes for me.
Okay.
I'm open to an argument, but if you don't know, then I think that's it.
It doesn't feel like an obvious yes.
Dokapon is our new number 4.
Kingdom.
Dokapon Kingdom is our new number 4. Well done, Dokapon. Kaiji, back to Kaiji.
Timeline corrected.
Yep.
Putting it
Kaiji
through the same comparison points of what we were just kind of discussing, I really think that what stands out for me when I'm comparing it to the things on this list is how successful it delivers that message, and it's simple, but it works. It's simple and effective. Is Kaiji one of your favorite anime?
I would say that I like Kaiji absolutely as much as I can without it becoming a part of my identity.
Okay. So your reason for recommending it was for the types of emotional highs that it hits, and ultimately because it's unique, but also got copied later on.
Honestly, I really love it, and I wanted to rewatch it, and I wanted to experience it with you.
Okay.
Those are the reasons.
Okay.
There was nothing, I did not think of Squid Game at all while recommending it.
So that is the same energy I dropped Darkest Dungeon 2 on you with. That's the exact kind of...
And I think maybe that's a good point to pick up the ranking for Kaiji at.
Yeah.
Does Kaiji beat Darkest Dungeon 2? I'm going to say it's a yes from me.
Okay. Yeah, I love Darkest Dungeon 2, but let's average it out.
Okay. Does it beat Hunter x Hunter? Your call.
The beginning of Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, the beginning.
Does it beat Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1?
No.
I would say yes, because it's Season 1, but I'm okay with leaving it there. I don't think it's not going to beat Vinland Saga.
No. Soft opening, soft outro, but in the middle you're getting Hanami, Todo, and the 2v1.
That is real good point.
And then before that, the other 2v1.
Okay.
Nanami.
You know what? You've swayed me.
It's such a peak. It's such a peak moment. Yeah. I feel like this is the sitting spot for it.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, so right now it's actually our number 10. That's pretty good. This is a stacked ass list. Mm-hmm. Since the friendship era hit, the top of this list has just filled out.
Yeah. With Berserk on high, yes, you can throw that at 10, if not the 11 spot. But yeah, either way, this feels about right. The corrected list feels about right. It is, yeah, okay, all right. I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's a lot of opening jabs there, you know? Mm-hmm. Opening jab caveats. All right.
Well, you know, we can always revisit. So, Woolie, Look at that smile. Let me tell you about some of the things I've been doing this last month. I've been visiting some mad cities.
Yeah.
I've been pimping some butterflies.
Okay.
I've been squabbling up.
Okay.
And all I gotta say is damn.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right. Up top, let me just say, literally, last episode was recorded, and I made the recommendation for you to go through the discography of Kendrick Lamar the night before his new album dropped, and had no idea that was going to happen.
Yeah, like literally that happened and I was like, oh, fuck, another album.
GNX was announced and dropped silently out of nowhere 9 a.m. the next day. And I had already been planning and thinking about how to bring Kendrick to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had this on the list for a while because I was like...
Really interesting.
Yes, because I specifically was thinking about how I wanted to... I like the idea of bringing outside experiences that you wouldn't expect to the table, right?
I mean, to me, there's like a perfect versus Wolves recommendation. And a part of it is like being pushed outside your comfort zone, right?
Yes. And I think that like, if you're kind of expecting to just get anime versus anime on a regular basis, or game versus game, well, here comes food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
On that note, what I do want to say is like, I have thought a lot about how to talk about Kendrick and how to talk about hip hop, particularly in a way for someone who might not care about it that much, because I am not like a big hip hop person. I've kind of been into it at different points over my life, but for decades now, it hasn't been my thing. But if you like stories, if you like character arcs, if you like art, there is a lot to dig into here. And so, like, if you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to listen to talk about Kendrick for an hour, just trust me here. Just give this a shot, okay? That's all I ask, okay?
Yeah, good appeal. But like the bit is just for a while I was kind of thinking, ever since the like, hey, from the jump we went, ooh, the recommendation is go to a tournament. It's like, oh, wait, going outside is a part of this, right? Mm-hmm. And then you went, oh, wheels started turning. You're like, motherfucker, I'm going to get you rolling, Mm-hmm. And so I liked kind of like thinking about these directions. And so a part of that was I want music. I wanted to share something like that, that was a nice little adventure, a journey into someone's discography. And here we had just been experiencing this insane, like, historic moment in hip hop with the Drake beef,
which we'll get to,
but I wanted to bring this to you for a minute.
Okay.
And the idea that it dropped and then you just got this album that came right afterwards that we were waiting on for a long time is fantastic. I wanted to know, so you said you've had some introduction, you had a little bit of hip hop knowledge in your life, right? Mm-hmm. I kind of wanted to hear a bit about that because I only brought this up knowing that you said you used to be into rap. Right.
Okay, so we can definitely start there. Before I do, just one or two other things I kind of want to drop up the top.
Absolutely.
Here. One is like, I am absolutely coming at this like from a new person's perspective, and like there is a lot about hip hop that I just don't have any experience in, and I would even just say that I think anyone can enjoy hip hop, but I think it is often by and for black people, and I would never center myself in a discussion where my opinion on hip hop is being pushed front and center. But due to my delightful co-host, I find myself in that position, and so I'm gonna do my best to get everything right here, but I am gonna get shit wrong, and I you know, I am conscious that there is a lot, especially about Kendrick Lamar, where he's so rooted in like the black experience and black culture. There's absolutely fucking shit I am going to miss here.
Welcome to the block. I brought you here.
All month, I've been like, how bad is Woolie going to torture me with this shit?
No. Listen. Realistically, I'm super glad that you are like, willing to step out of the wheelhouse and kind of go in a weird direction with this and entertain it. And, we'll see where this leads. Like, awkward warts and all, if because it's like it's an unexpected kind of way to go. And I know as well that like I, as a Kendrick fan, have like some experience, with the discography and stuff. And there's some tracks I really like. Just on a personal level, with my experience, I'm not like a super in-depth old head. I'm not like a massive, compared to the friends that put me on to music, I am not a rap fanatic, I have my favorites. I have the genres. I have the classics and bits I've been listening to for, most of my life. Conscious hip hop, it tends to be where I like to get my bread buttered, so to speak. But I feel as if, I do have to kind of put something out there as well, because, we don't have to go too far into it, but I will say that like over the years, even for me, when I'd bring it up and stuff would come up, there'd, be these moments where I'm like sharing like things like getting into like Def Jam, back on the old channel with some of the guys in the Best Friends group. And I'd bring these things up on recordings as well. And for the most part, it was pretty fun and all positive. There were people that would come around and be like, you're a fraud, and kind of check me on my knowledge. And I'd get things wrong, and there'd be details that I certainly would miss. And I know that I'm going to continue to do so because I have a very limited scope with the things I'm into, much like I'm like, oh, you're the fighting game guy that compares everything and breaks it down in relative understanding of to what you know. I don't have a ton of like just game IQ, I have the artists I've followed, and I also know that like in this case, like there's some stuff that's fun and worth getting analytical about, but overall, let's just get into this the same way we get into anything else we've done on the show.
Totally. And I like the way I've approached these albums, these songs, like I have not spent like any time at all on like Rap Genius or going through like tracks and like discerning the different meanings of lines. I have done like a fair bit of like research and stuff into Kendrick and like trying to understand the kind of narrative that's kind of happening here. I think in general it's always a good idea to not be the person who's telling someone they enjoyed something wrong.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think so for me, in real brief, how I kind of like got to this dude in a way was, I've talked a lot about, I've had an upbringing with a lot of gospel, very sheltered, big church energy. And then, slowly but surely the walls came down. My cousins always kind of would show me more music. And, I remember the first music video I ever saw was Down with the King. And like my cousins would kind of like show me kind of hip hop a little bit, and I'd hear a little bit about it. And eventually in high school, I kind of started kind of seeking out a little bit more and getting into stuff on my own. And like, Tupac had a big influence, right? I thought he was really fucking good. So that was a major point that like landed on my board. And then, from there kind of discovering Talib and Mos Def and Common and all these dudes kind of eventually, I met friends who introduced me to more shit and like, we're like, yo, let's go with the classics, Nas and Jay-Z and, maybe Chino XL even at a point. But all this to say that like, I feel like I followed a lot of that stuff. And then there was a point in the mid-aughts where I just kind of, not to say that there wasn't anything new coming out that was interesting, but I kind of stopped following or getting word about new stuff. I kind of dropped off, and I wasn't as much of an adherent. And I've always been like, I don't like the new stuff that I like coming out from this era, right? As that time kind of spread out around the mid-aughts, I feel like I was following Kanye. I was big into Kanye, but there's a lot of hip hop that I kind of just wasn't. I kind of dropped off on, you know, and I know there were all these good examples over time that were around there, but for the most part, as I also started to hang out with the friends less who were like turning me on to new shit, I kind of felt like there was a desert of quality for a long time.
What kind of era are we talking?
I mean, going from the late aughts into the early 2010s, right? It was just, there was, you know, bits and pieces here and there, but overall, I was not down with the direction and I was not enjoying things that much. Until I found out about Kendrick and I listened and heard what fucking made the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and I was like, oh shit, this is that new shit. This is the shit that I've been kind of waiting to hear about. This is real as fuck and I love it. And coincidentally, the era that I kind of started falling off on turned out to be the rise in prominence of Drake and the distillation of the genre as his style became what hip hop was for a long time. You know, so I think that is no coincidence, to be honest. But looking at it now, I bring up Kendrick as a favorite now because, like, after just being into the people I was into for a long time, it was the first new artist that I fucking was like, yo, that. And I feel strongly about it, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. I don't particularly remember how this happened, but there was a time when I was a white Irish 11-year-old that was just crazy into NWA.
Yeah, you were.
I fucking, and particularly Straight Outta Compton, still one of my favorite albums of all time. Straight Outta Compton is a fucking incredible album. For a long time, the song "Fuck the Police" was my go-to karaoke song until I realized that that's not okay. And
was it Neighbors with Attitude then?
you know, we don't need to get into it.
What bounces off the walls within the echoing corners of your own home when no one is around and the windows are shut?
Well, no, Woolie. Okay, I see. Okay, I knew this would come up, and I have a system to take care of this. Okay, when I am rapping to a song I like and certain parlances that should not come out of my mouth come up, I have invented the buddy system, and that's when you imagine that you have a black friend who is also rapping with you, and you kind of steamboat Willie it. So like the line comes up, so you're like da 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 da, and then like the bit that you're not allowed to say comes up, and you just kind of give it this.
Ooh.
And you're just emotionally supporting your black friend who is
Pyrus and Crips all got along. They're probably gun me down by the end of the song. Seems like the whole world go against me. Every time I'm in the street, I hear yeah, man down. Where you from, John? Fuck who you know. Where you from, my John?
So
where your grandma stay? Where your grandma stay, huh, John?
I know what that means.
All right. Well, listen. In the interest of this video not getting completely demonetized, regardless of context. No, man. It's gonna be a time, and I'm let's have some fun.
Oh, you're loving this, Woolie. You fucking.
Who do you think I am? What do you think this house is built on?
So one time, okay, look, I'm just gonna tell a story. One time I was out with Reggie, Kenny, and Woolie. And what a fucking great time that was, by the way. Like, we just had, like, such a killer weekend. And, you know, there was a point where we were at a bar, and, you know, you guys were getting into it, and you were talking about, like, you know, a lot of, like, you know, stuff about, like, the black experience and stuff. And I'm just listening along, because, I can't contribute a whole lot to that. And Woolie leans in real close and he just goes, John, did you ever say it?
Come on, huh? You can tell me. Yeah. Good times.
Yes. It was a time, all right.
So, yes, this does happen to be a very cultural experience. And but really though, and the thing that I thought you would enjoy here is that there is a storyline.
Okay. So, with all this stuff, so basically into NWA when I was little, after that, like, there was a point where nu metal entered my life, and I was like, oh, "It's me!"
It sure is.
And that lasted a long time. And like, I'd like the odd hip hop song. I really liked some of the old Jay-Z records, current shit notwithstanding. I got pretty into Kanye's Dark Twisted Fantasy, current shit notwithstanding.
What current shit? Huh? I mean, it was pretty surprising when a portal opened up and just swallowed Kanye West whole. I did not expect that to be the end of his career, but
yeah, late 2014 was rough. That was surprising. And then actually at some point 2 years ago, I think, it was like around the release of Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, whatever it was, I just decided to give it a listen one day. I was like, oh, fuck it, okay. And that album completely fucking blew my mind. Absolutely, like, kind of tore me up. Like, legit, like, that it is still one of my favorite albums I have ever listened to. And like, I can even listen to it now, and even like the fucking first track, I'm just so in, and I'm so excited to listen to the rest of it. And the reasons for that, we'll leave it to a little bit later, because I'm kind of just giving some, we're leading into some stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah. To start there though is just that will like absolutely fucking hit you like a nuke,
Yep.
At the beginning. Interesting.
And I loved it so much that I went back and I listened to Damn and I listened to Pimp a Butterfly, and they didn't hit for me.
Okay.
Now this is pre-recommend. This is back in like 2022 or whatever it was. And I don't know, I was listening to Damn and I was like, I feel like I'm just missing something here, And the truth is, I was missing something, because I think Kendrick is the kind of artist where, like, you can't understand what he's doing from a single track or a single album. Like, there's a scope here and a story that goes back a decade. And I think arguably where this story starts is in the early 2010s. And it's the two biggest rappers on the planet are basically 50 Cent and Kanye West. 50 Cent is very old school, very gangster. Like, that is his whole thing. Shot 9 times, bulletproof vest, all that kind of stuff.
I got shot in the face.
Kanye likes anime. Wears pink polo shirts.
Backpacks.
Yeah. And so basically, long story short, Kanye comes out the winner. He kind of obliterates 50 and becomes like the new king of rap.
Being a beatsmith, in addition to, like, not just being the rapper, but like having the sickest, catchiest beats, having the style that people recognized at the time that was synonymous with a bunch of, Jay-Z's biggest hits as well. The fast-forwarded chorus vocals, the chipmunk singing. And a time where the internet was taking over, and like a lot of people were not, like, everyone wanted the story from the streets, but there's a lot of people that were not having a street experience. There's a lot of people that were just like, yeah, I'm just this anime nerd and I like Bleach and that song's cool. And oh shit, there's the Akira bike slide in that video, you know? And that was resonating differently in a time where all the credentials by historic standards would have gone to 50 Cent.
Yeah, and like there's a lot of stuff happening that's facilitating that shift. So like a big thing is the internet is now a thing. Music can spread on the internet. You do not need to push your record through the fucking like machine grinder that is the hip hop industry. You do not have to kowtow to like all these different important people in order to just have your music heard. And so people were discovering rappers online, and what it meant is that the same thing that was valued in rappers stopped being valued or stopped being as important for getting your music out there, which allowed people like Kanye to kind of rise up. And that opened the door for someone who's going to be very important in the entire narrative of this, Drake. And Drake is, if you want to cast rappers as either a 50 Cent or a Kanye, Drake's more of a Kanye. Drake raps about being heartbroken. He's very soft. He's very emotional. Lover boy. Yeah, he raps a lot about being sad about love. And he very quickly starts to become one of the biggest rappers on the planet through some like real crazy happenstance where he gets in with the right people at the right time. But he also... The thing about... I'm going to come back to this later. Do you know the thing about Drake's music? It's digestible.
Oh, yeah.
You put on a Drake song, you immediately know what it is. You immediately understand what he's talking about. There's a beat that you can cling on to immediately. And like, so one of the most unfortunate things about this whole journey is that I have discovered several Drake songs I like.
Interesting. Okay. So up here in Canada, we were like, that kid from Degrassi? What? Okay. And it was like, oh, whoa, getting Toronto on the map and stuff. That's the thing. I have been a Drake hater from day one. I've literally just never enjoyed any of it because of the reasons you're describing, because of the superficial nature of it. It just felt like a different, like I used to laugh about like Chingy, for example, back in the day. I like it when you do the thing right there, right? It was just kind of like the most brainless level of just like ignorant ass going in whatever nonsense. But if it's catchy, it's catchy. If and if you're dropping a beat for the summer, then so be it, right? If you're and this is like going into like kind of like a softer R&B kind of artist energy, with it's going a different road, but ultimately I felt like, I don't know, it left me with what I felt like very little to chew on, very little meat on the bone.
We're gonna come back to that.
Yeah.
So I
just hated him. I fucking hated him right away. that's my all I'm trying to say.
My first introduction to Drake was when I started getting friendly with someone who's still my friend, Dee. And Dee is a tiny white lesbian and was, back in the day, insanely into Drake.
Okay.
And that is a big part of why Drake is successful. He appeals to a much broader fan base than just black people.
Yes.
And a big part of that, and like, okay, this is like where I get genuinely like a little uncomfortable talking about some of this stuff because I don't like saying that a black person isn't covering black issues correctly. But what I would say is, what I have seen other people say is that Drake was never very centered on communicating much about like the black experience.
No,
at least not. From my, and it's kind of a part of that is he didn't grow up super rich, but he was like an actor in his teenagers and got wealthy quickly. And, a lot of his shit is about love and getting cheated on or wanting someone. And it's accessible. Like,
yes.
Again, my little white friend loved Drake.
Yeah. Like, people will say milquetoast or like, kind of like fine and such. And I remember arguing with my cousin about like, man, nah, he's king of the summer. You can't take any of that away. I'm like, it's not that. It's just on a personal level, I've hated almost all of it. I really just have not resonated. I can understand why Hotline Bling is catchy and why there's bits that are like, why they get radio play, but I've really just not enjoyed or cared to look much into any of it, right? And the thing that you're describing there is like, with Drake's, the thing is he would not get into as much of the culture unless he needed validation or unless he needed to prove that he was tough, right? And then he would start going and getting those things. And I'm sure we'll get into that, but like a lot of that was adopted as necessary as opposed to being the identity of what he was trying to, of what he really was, right? What is authentic? Who is really Drake? And many clips and bits and pieces and, shows over history and weird photo shoots have revealed it to be like, well, it's not this thing you're presenting. And the accessible type of music that he did put out there that did get a lot of radio play brought in a much bigger tent, right?
Yep.
It brought in a lot of people that
like my friend D. Yeah.
And those people are like, oh, well, this is what I'm into and this is what I'm looking for now,
So there's a point very early in this story where I take a dislike to Drake. And this is, I think, maybe 2013. My friend D, who I'm very fond of, does this Drake fan art. And I think it was from the Hotline Bling. And it's these cute little drawings of Drake doing like the poses from that video.
The meme, the arm.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Drake takes that drawing and posts it on his Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Does not credit her.
Naturally.
And it was this real thing where she was like, oh, well, it's cool that he posted it, but like it would have been nice just to get some credit. And this is getting millions of likes.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, wow, that Drake guy seems kind of fucking weird. And I don't think about it for a long time after that. But what happened then is that this guy who is basically positioning himself at this point as the king of hip hop, because he is like massive. Like he has a gigantic reach beyond anything else in hip hop. And at this point, Kanye has disappeared into the dimensional portal, unfortunately. Gone but not forgotten. And so
I do want to say because like as you have the narrative here, and I'm like, it's your recommend, it's your show, so take it away. But there's some interjections, and I feel like when we talk about that type of thing with the posting, Drake is also, like as a new generation of rapper that is like at the forefront while the internet and tech is, leading the way in a way that it hasn't for the industry prior. Being a content farm account is what it means to be popular, especially at that time. So what else to do but the things that all these other like accounts that just steal and repost shit? Of course you're just going to do that with anything that gets sent your way, because that's how that's how you get people coming to follow you. They're like, I want to see you and all the things you're retweeting and da da da. So in the way that TikTok and all these things are now, where it's like, yeah, credit means bullshit. Like it's all about just the quick, repost of something. That philosophy also extends to some degree when he gives somebody a cameo on their track, and to some degree as well. There's a bit of that.
So Drake starts to make this basically the Drake stimulus package, whereas he gets a young artist on his stuff, and basically, I don't know the particulars how it work. A lot of the artists that come out of that feel not great. Like I know The Weeknd doesn't like Drake for this reason. Basically, there's the implication that Drake sort of takes a lot of their shit. Mm-hmm. But one of the young artists he works with in this period is called Kendrick Lamar. And Kendrick Lamar used to be a kind of member of this smaller group and broke off to become his own thing. And initially him and Drake kind of collaborate and everything seems fine. And that is when we hit the album Good Kid, Mad City.
Okay. He does the collaborations with people, and they do get a bump where they kind of owe him, is the feeling afterwards. And in some cases, like if there's like ghost writing or literal beat taking involved or such, then like, yeah, they get drained of those resources. And otherwise they're left to their own devices. But there's a bit of a feeling of like, you are now part of like Drake Inc. And you are under this umbrella, and you're
I've seen it said that sometimes your songs, through a kind of hazy sort of couple of different meetings, become his songs.
That's it. And your fans become his fans, right? Mm-hmm. And your momentum kind of becomes his momentum. And all of this is like something that basically gets to keep him where he is, you know, whether he's relevant or not. He's always relevant because he's always got he's the king of the summer, you know, but like there's that part where you need to keep finding fresh meat to like vampire, you know, and keep that appeal going. If you are going to start at Good Kid, Mad City, I do have a couple words about the previous two albums that I would like. It would just be a good time to kind of
go for it.
Squeeze those in. Okay, so for a long time, I honestly started at Section 80. And I didn't really know much or get into Overly Dedicated. Overly Dedicated is 2010. It's a really early Kendrick that basically just introduces him, but with his young voice and the jazzy rap kind of sound that becomes his signature. But it's pretty cool for like, you know, putting him on the board and establishing, like his sound. And he kind of introduces the concepts of like, okay, I'm finding out who I am, and I'm getting a taste for the drink, and I'm getting a taste for women, and we're doing this over saxophones, you know. And he's kind of like, it's a discovery kind of album of sorts. And in a lot of cases, I feel like it's fun to go back and hear somebody in their original element when you're like, the influences that make them shape them a lot. And sometimes it stands out in a way that's very drastic. Like, let's go to Eminem, right? One of the biggest in the industry ever. I personally think his best album is his first one, Infinite, and it sounds nothing like any other album he's released. It sounds much more mellow. It's almost like, and again, it's a little more conscious and a little more like West Coasty sounding. It's quite interesting, but it's just Eminem at a different pace and a different tempo with a different style of music, but the same lyrical quickness, and it stands out, you know. So I think it's fun to go back to the old things, and I think Overly Dedicated is kind of like that for Kendrick. And then 2011 Section 80, I think is worth mentioning here because he starts taking that like jazzy rap sound and he starts distorting it and adding that kind of like, okay, you're listening to the jazz rap sound, but now it's on Vicodin. And you're kind of like, you know, getting a little hazy as you're getting into the smoky night with the music. And one of the first tracks on it also comes out loud and hard with "fuck your ethnicity," right? Like it's a loud like banger of a track that also is screaming out like, I literally don't care what you are. I'm not going to treat you any differently. But that doesn't mean I'm going to expect the world to treat me any differently as a result, you know? But it's like a really like explosive way to kind of like land on the scene. And then he also introduces, I would say, the whole Tammy and Keisha, like these, black girls growing up in poverty in a shitty situation, and the tragedy that is like the hood that he's surrounded by growing up in Compton, what he knows. And he kind of like starts to bring about the storytelling elements, you know, by establishing these characters who end up having, extremely tragic lives, and gets into some of the like darkness that's going to come up you know, of being like incidentally, no matter what your intentions are, if you're brought up in this war zone, you're going to find yourself caught in the crossfire, you know. He ends it with High Power, which is a fucking absolute awesome track. It reminds me a lot of like Nuja Best style beats. If you like Samurai Champloo style music, almost like it's like this one track that kind of has a flavor of that. But it's the optimistic track at the end of like this kind of dark, you know.
I think one of the most interesting things about Kendrick is listening to him go back and forth between optimism and pessimism.
Yes.
Because like I feel like there's particular albums that are nearly all optimism and then nearly, and it's really interesting. But anyway, yeah. So basically with this, the albums I kind of stuck with to are Good Kid, Mad City. Okay.
I just wanted to say one last thing about Section 80 was when you talk about the optimism and the you know the flopping back and forth. A track on Section 80 is No Makeup Today, which is really good, and it's a catchy one, and it's singing about like, hey, no makeup today, girl, you're beautiful, I want to see your natural beauty, and it's kind of singing like this kind of like, you know, love ballad. And then it kind of gives way to like, oh, well, the makeup is covering up the fucking black eyes that you have, actually, you know. So it's one of these perfect like, oh, that's where we're going. The energy has suddenly shifted drastically,
and he's really good at like, oh, you thought this is what this song is about in like the last line.
Yep. So good at that.
Yeah. But so Good Kid. So yeah, I was going to say that basically I really, whenever I listen to an album, I need to listen to it like 3 or 4 times before I really start to have a proper feeling about it. It's very rare I listen to an album once and just love it, which is kind of what happened with Mr. Morale. But so I went and I listened to Damn. And again, I was just kind of running into the same thing where I was like, I'm kind of picking this up, I'm kind of not. Mm-hmm. So I want to go back to, wanted to go back to Good Kid, Mad City, and I basically from there went forward through the albums.
Okay.
And Good Kid, Mad City is really interesting because it is a story.
It's a movie.
This album is a movie. And like, so say you in this period, you kind of have like, you know, people like Drake, and they're doing their very hyper polished, nearly kind of like sterilized version of what hip hop is. And then you have Kendrick Lamar, and he's rapping about going to house parties and meeting girls. He's rapping about driving around at night and like getting chased by the police. And like, none of it is like, I'm a gangster. It's being in an environment where that shit happens and young men think that that's what they should do.
It's so crucial to understand that, like, basically Good Kid, Mad City ends up being the thesis statement for what Kendrick is going to try to do with his music, right? The concept album of, like you said, like, going to parties and just all this stuff is basically his life growing up in Compton, gang-affiliated dad, gang-affiliated everyone all around him. He himself is, like, not part of the life, but you're kind of, through gravity, pulled into that affiliation. You're standing next to it,
constantly bumping shoulders with it,
right? And like, death is happening around you because it's happening to gangbangers around you, and these are your best friends, like it or not, for whatever it is. And so you kind of get the story over this album with like someone who finds themselves not looking for this life, but it's happening around them regardless, and you hear the voices of people that are pulled into it.
I could have this wrong because like I think it's told in this fractured order, but there's like this plot running through this album where Kendrick meets a girl at a house party, and through being involved with her, he ends up getting jumped by this other like crowd of guys, and then his friends try and take revenge for him, and one of them gets shot in the process.
Exactly. So Shireen, aka Master Splinter's daughter. By the way, this is how you know that he's going to make you work lyrically, because that's the name of the track that you start with. And it's like Shireen's the name of the girl that he's hooking up with. And the reason why she's called Master Splinter's daughter, it's not on the actual track, mind you. It's just, you got to do some digging on your own to get there. It's because her dad is a hood rat, and because her brothers wear colors and they beat the shit out of people.
Right. Okay.
You know?
Yeah, because I was having trouble figuring out why specific. Yeah, and so there is like a like the thing about Kendrick is like you go back to his albums again and again and again, and you hear more shit and you put more shit together, and it's great. But so my favorite track off this song, and like it's a basic bitch track, but it's Swimming Pools.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love swimming pools, and like the thing is like I don't drink that much, and like I don't really do drugs or anything. I do really enjoy getting shit faced, and I can do it.
Headshot.
I can
drink,
but I have the relationship with drink where like I can get absolutely shit faced and still be like, you know, relatively okay and in control. Like I've been drinking a long time and I know my limits, and then I can not do it for 2 months and then do it again. But I do love those nights. Like I love those MAGFEST nights where we all get kind of trashed. And I think this song captures like the joy of that, and just the kind of the weird stupor you find yourself in, where like everything's kind of okay and distant, and it's such a good track.
And we're teetering, you know, but we're having a good time. The distortion of the music is like quite clear coming through. And like, as someone who, again, I have, you know, like sober people in my life as well, and I know what they've been through with this stuff. It continues to like, yeah, it's that place in his life where he's like, okay, I can turn to this to keep things kind of fun, you know? It's pretty grim around me. What's happening outside is pretty fucked up, but yo, let's just get fucked up in here and have a good time. You know, Swimming Pools is amazing. I feel like off Good Kid, Mad City, you know, Backseat Freestyle, like
I was just about to say Backseat Freestyle, and
oh, sorry, go ahead.
What I like about that track as well is like you get a sense for Kendrick's ambition. Like he wants to be the best. He wants to fucking dominate hip hop, you know? And it's when you listen to this and you think about someone like Drake, it is a little bit like, so Kendrick was cool with like just being this dude's like kind of not protege, but like, you know, being part of the Drake industrial complex.
Good word.
That doesn't really kind of add up, you know, but it's like, okay, whatever.
But the idea of like being real and coming from a situation that people can just go, oh, where are you from? Compton? Oh shit. Okay. Say less, right? That's a qualifier on its own versus like Toronto, you know, but like Drake is, of course, like the interest is in keeping as much validity as he can. People who are real that become a part of the industrial complex, like are kind of like shedding that realness to give Drake proxy realness. And it's so much more painful when you hear him talk about later on, you rap like you're trying to free the slaves, because it's like oh my God, you don't get it.
So we will get
I've never
Drake's
seen
misses.
someone miss the fucking point.
Oh, so the Heart Part 6, Drake's...
Yeah, I know.
Also, I love The Art of Peer Pressure as well. I think that's a fucking incredible song.
Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. Catchy, fun. You know, that people have been saying that for a while. And then, I for me, my favorite track off of it is Mad City. It's the title. It's the titular, you know? Like, literally the point in the story where he's hooked up with this girl, but her family and friends run with the other side of, you know, with the other crews, and like he's trying to go and hook up with her again, and his friends are supporting that. But also when he's pulling up now, they're like literally, who the fuck are you? Where your grandma stay? Where you from? Do we know you? And like, that's real shit. It's like, how do I know that like I can trust you? We don't know who the fuck you are. And should we just fuck you up right now, stranger? You know?
So, you know, you want to know the fucking weird thing? That is totally a thing in Ireland as well.
You've mentioned.
Yeah, there is... I have been asked, like, where my parents stay, who my grandma... Like,
the line of questioning. Yeah. Fuck who you know, where you from, my nigga. Like, where your grandma stay. Like, literally, this will determine how your night goes. You know?
This is going to determine the next 2 minutes of your life. And you, like, this could be the best or worst shit you've ever... Like, I remember one time, I was in Cork, and a bunch of lads just surrounded me. And they're like, "Where are you from?"
Yep.
And I was like, I'm from Dublin. And then they were like, "Oh, well, that's all right." Because Dublin was so far away that it wasn't involved in any of the shit they were involved in. And I ended up having a drink with those guys.
Yep.
If I had said I'm from Skib, they would have beat the shit out of me.
Yep. One town over or so, I believe you were saying, right?
Yep.
Like, that's the thing is, I thought that you told me that story, and I'm like, oh, you know this moment. You've experienced this moment before, you know? And then the way in which you hear the skits where, like, his mom and dad are on the phone just being goofy, singing about dominoes and whatever, but, like, his friends, and this is so crucial, I find as well, his friends are kind of whimsically just being like, yeah, man, fuck it. Let's make a name for ourselves. Let's go run that. Let's go to back downtown, right? Let's see if we can like get some good shit. Let's break into this place. Let's just start fucking around, you know? And it's just a simple, easy, quick thing that you're doing for fun. And then it just kind of escalates just a little bit. You see somebody out there and you're like, yo, who the fuck is that? And you're just like, yo, scare him a bit, right? Just fire some shots in that direction. Like, just this kind of idea of like, oh shit, that's crazy. And if you're normal fucking Kendrick, that's just like, I know these are my friends, shit's getting escalating, but, you know, they're just kind of whimsical about that kind of life, not really taking the consequences or really thinking too far ahead, you know? Because, I mean, what you're not hearing from these skits is like, this is a scenario that for a lot of these kids is fucking hopeless. And you're making a name for yourself here because there's fucking shit all else for you, you know? And so that's kind of the energy of just like, if you're trying to talk to that group of people in real life of kids that are growing up hopeless and going like, fuck it, I'm gonna just rep my set, join a gang, and, you know, I'm gonna contribute to this. And like, this is how bodies are dropping on a regular basis. You have to kind of understand the voice of the kid that is just surrounded by others that are whimsically doing this. Cause it's like, yeah, what the fuck else are we gonna do?
So like,
Kendrick understands that voice, man.
Yeah. And like, you mentioned about like the kids who that feeling of, well, I'm going to be this because what the fuck else am I? You know, I was not one of those kids growing up. I grew up around those kids, and like I was scared shitless of them,
right?
Because you could tell like the way they acted and the way like they didn't have anything to lose. They did not care about fucking you up. They did not care about getting fucked up because what else was there? And that was always a experience.
And the only thing that can interrupt that is towards the end of the album, based on his real friend that said, yo, when you tell them about my story, make me sound good, right? Tell him that you will sing about me. And before his friend can even finish the line, he's fucking gunned down because he literally did witness a friend die. And that same night, him and his friends were just having their literal come to Jesus moment, going, what the fuck is this? And Kendrick, who was again not trying to gangbang, but that's the life around him, they kind of had this weird interaction with this like lady that was like preaching at them, you know? And so that final bit of like, yo, find something that you're passionate about and just go full steam ahead with it. In this case, rap. Go. Right? That might be a way out. That's what the Section 80 movie is.
Totally. So it took a try or two. I ended up really loving Good Kid, Mad City. It was the first Kendrick album on this journey that I feel like I connected to. And so I moved on to Pimp a Butterfly. And To Pimp a Butterfly was the most difficult album for me to get into.
Okay.
Woolie, okay. I see devastation on your face.
Okay. So here's
okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. No. Go ahead, and I'll come back on the other side.
So the reason for it is that sonically, like the music into Pimp a Butterfly, there's a lot of like a gospel. There's a lot of funk. There's a lot of stuff that is really ingrained in like the history of black music, and Kendrick pulling from it all, and he's weaving this like big audio tapestry about like, you know, what it is to be black. Like there's so much in this album, like the song Complexion, where it's about loving your skin color, and it's about
Colorism.
being proud of yourself. And like when we talk about Kendrick's like optimism versus pessimism, this is the most optimistic album I think he has. Like there is so much about, I guess, kind of like rising up and, you know, acknowledging the fact that there are these people that hate you and being better than them, and like, you know, every brother's a king, every sister's a queen. But there is a track that flips me on this album where I start to go, I think I'm getting it, and I think I'm enjoying it, and I cannot stop listening to this track. Blacker the Berry.
Oh, yeah. It's crucial. It's crucial.
So what I love about this track is that it starts with Kendrick saying, I'm the biggest hypocrite of 2015. And every verse he starts with that line, and you're kind of like, okay, what does that mean? You know? And so then like there's this fucking unbelievable like kind of reggae-ish chorus, I'd say, where it goes so fucking hard.
He's singing in patois. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so then he gets to the final line of the song, and I'm going to paraphrase here, but it's basically like, this song was about Trayvon Martin being killed, and how he's a hypocrite for being outraged over Trayvon Martin, but celebrating the fact that he's a gangbanger who kills black people.
And you're out, right? Like
that moment to me was like, oh fucking Jesus Christ.
And the lyrics of the whole song up front are rage against the system, rage against inequality, rage against the fact that slavery ended, but the hatred continues and people are left on the fringes of society. And like all of that, like, you know, feeling that burning, like outward just vitriol coming apart at the seams, right? And like knowing that like, and this is in the wake of, yes, like death around him, you know, and all of that giving way to like, I'm fucking upset, and I know that the bullshit is that part of this life that is celebrated, that is what we're doing, the people I know, what we're all doing is leading to more murders with people in black on black and murders and people in you know these situations not having that same energy when somebody dies in the crossfire of a shootout, you know? And I'm glad that lands, and that's super real. What I wanted to say is that To Pimp a Butterfly is kind of, I'm going to give the game away. This album is the entire reason I wanted to recommend this to you, because it's my favorite. It's a lot, and it's the one album of this whole listen that I want to go into a little more in depth, because what it does is what kind of blew me away. It was the first thing I ever listened to of his, and like what was going on with it across the tracks and where you get to and what's happening. I was so interested in and found so incredible that I was like, yo, okay, I need to know more about this dude. And so like, that's what that track is. But, and here's the other bit too, as you mentioned, it's like, it's getting into that gospel stuff, and it's getting into that like Tupac element. And it's like, oh, what do you know about me? Right? I'm like, there's a level of personal fucking bias here where I have to fully admit that like...
See, this is kind of interesting, right? Because there, like, me and you have kind of talked about how like there's some very interesting crossover between Catholic Irish culture and like black religious culture.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the celebration that we don't do.
Right.
Religion is for shame,
Somber.
not joy.
No, right? Sit your ass down. Be humble while you're at it. But the thing with To Pimp a Butterfly is just like, yeah, so you have those little things where I'm like, okay, personally, Woolie has hooks in both these directions that are like meant to be exploited here. And other people I know as well have also like kind of went like, all right, I thought it was okay, but you know, it didn't kind of hit. If I can take a second.
But take the stage, Willie.
Okay, this is just because what I found what's awesome. Funk. It's a funk rap kind of like flavor to this. The jazz sound that Kendrick kind of has is like getting a little bit more again funky with it, and yes, a little of that the gospel elements too. First tracks are Wesley's Theory. America's your first girlfriend, and she fucking hates you. And you know what? I'm gonna call my Uncle Sam. He gonna fuck you up, right? You know?
Jesus.
And then the response right after that, well, this dick ain't free, right? The record industry is the pimp, and okay, if you want to use me, it's gonna cost you, right? But like getting into this game is a fucked up endeavor to begin with, and it kind of starts on that. King Kunta is an absolute fucking banger.
So that became my boxing training song for a little bit.
Oh my god, that beat, boom, 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 boom. It's great. That's that's boxing music, right? Hitting the bags to it. You know, and Kinta Kente is a reference to Roots. It's you know, you cut the legs off of LeVar Burton so that he can't run away. You know.
So, Woolie, do you mind if I just want to drop the name of the other song that really got me?
Yeah.
And we will get to it in your order.
This is the climax of what's happening.
Okay. Continue on your road, sir.
Okay. So he introduces himself and goes, yo, now that I'm, you know, getting involved with this game, it's fucked up, but, you know, I'm running away with it and you're trying to stop me, right? Okay, cool. Institutionalized is a word he says a lot, and that's the track that comes up right afterwards, and that's shit don't change till you get up and wash your ass, nigga, right? That's grandma basically giving him that piece of advice, and that's the first part of this that's like sequel to Mad City, where it's like in the light of walking away from everything that was happening in Good Kid Mad City, you can't just decide I'm done with that and then it'll be better and it'll be over. You have to get up and actually choose to actively pursue something. That was his grandmother's lesson, right? And if you're thinking about who he's trying to reach, and these are the people he's talking to, like again, kids, people that are stuck in this type of situation, it's a very crucial piece of advice, which is that like it's not enough to make the decision but not act, right? Pretty good. If These Walls Could Talk is a track where he talks about hooking up. It's like a kind of like a love ballad song, and literally like the walls of like the girl he's hooking up with. It's kind of like that kind of like explicit track. But he's speaking about hooking up with the girlfriend of a dude that killed his friend, and he's doing it out of revenge because that's the only revenge he could take for his dead friend.
Which is kind of interesting because that same idea comes up in Mr. Morale as well. Mm-hmm. Of fucking someone for revenge.
Right. And he does it and feels like fucking shit afterwards. He hates himself for it. Right. And that's where the end of this sexy love song is the beginning of the poem. I remember you as conflicted, misusing your influence, abusing your power, full of resentment that turned into a deep depression. He's like, he used the fact that he's getting more popular and that he's Kendrick and he's this famous person to basically go after this girl as a means of getting revenge. But like,
yeah,
you know, and that started to fuck him up. Right.
And it's kind of interesting as well because like I feel like this is the point where you stop hearing the ambition in his songs, and not like creatively, but I mean like in Good Kid, Mad City, he talks about this is the song about having a 72-inch dick and fucking the world or something like that.
Yep.
And that starts to disappear here as he starts to get like kind of disillusioned with being famous.
That's it. Right. And he's making these decisions where he's losing himself. The track immediately after this, where the introduction of the poem comes, is You. And You is Loving You is Complicated. It is absolute anguish and angst because he is depressed and he locks himself in his hotel room and literally goes through a suicide attempt. And this is him ripping all of his insecurities out holding them up to the mirror and calling himself a fucking failure. And then he's getting drunk to numb the pain. And the swimming pools kind of vibe is now just pure cope, right? Your deepest secrets in this case, the things that he's hating about himself, the suicidal feelings that he's having, the money's not going to fix that, right? And he's having the supreme feeling of self-loathing and self-hatred. And self-hatred, when you're talking about what he's personally going through, if you're talking about this culture-wide as well, is massive and fucking complicated because you're born into it. It's this weird thing that you don't really know how to solve if it's a part of your identity. But being self-hating shows up in so many places in being black, right? It's fucking weird, you know? But he introduces that concept and describes that, and then he kind of goes to the next line of it. And so you is him just ripping himself to shreds, you know? Getting drunk and fucked up on it. He decides to not kill himself. He decides to not commit suicide and holds on. And the track right afterwards is, all my life, I've had to fight, right? But we gonna be all right. He's like, all right, I'm not doing it. And he finds a little bit of something to hold on to. And he's not quite sure what it is yet, but it's just, I'm not going to end it here. And that song in particular, I mean, okay, I've had it play at moments in my life where I've been going through the worst anxiety attacks ever and have personally felt that ground me. We gon' be all right. We gon' be all right has been a massive personal thing, right? That just I've loved. But like I like that that's a little light, just a little bit. And he in the lyrics of that song is like, we're going to start looking at like, I've had this fucked up. I have all the self-hatred. Why do I have the self-hatred? Because everyone else around me has it. Where does it come from? It comes from the environment we're in. Why is that environment that way? Let's look a little bit upwards at the environment and the systems and the dominoes that fell into place. And then he starts going into that environment around and going, oh shit, right? There were dominoes that were dropping that led to this like depression and hatred that he has for himself that go much further than he thought initially, but there's a way out, right? And it's not quite clear what yet, but either way, this is where we go, you know? And so, All Right is a nice track, and then we start to move from there. The poem goes a little bit further and talks about, you know, like him leaving the hotel room and going back home at this point and looking around and seeing the people that he left and feeling like guilty because they're still at war out here, but he went off and got famous and is making money.
Yeah, and this becomes a consistent thing for Kendrick, basically going to award shows while getting messages that his friends are being shot and dying.
And he just experienced, exactly, right? And he just experienced this deep, profound moment of self-hatred, and he knows that the people around him back here are going through their own versions of this. And it's like, okay, what are examples of this? The next track on the album is Complexion, which is about colorism, which is a real thing that is basically the lighter your skin, the better treatment you and the better value you have, which goes all the way back to slavery, where, you know, like the closer to white you were, then yeah, the more value you brought. And that kind of in the modern context just is a little bit of energy where people think that fairer people are just, you know, have that kind of thing to it, and they have that little extra je ne sais quoi, and then people who are dark is like an insult, right? Literally, as I was growing up, you black nigga, like literally calling someone black ass is like the insult because of how dark you are. And
so, do you remember the old MTV show Your Mama? Mm-hmm. I remember when I was little, I was watching that, and there was a comedian who came out, and he was like, "Your mama's so black." And I was like, but like at the time, I knew so little about black culture. I was like, why? But why is that a bad thing?
Yeah,
like I just didn't get it. Like, what is it?
Colorism, and that not only extends from that's not just a black culture as well, but that's finds its way internationally, because if you go to Asia has the same thing where darker skinned Asian people in contexts are treated worse than those who are fairer skinned. You go to India and you have advertising for fair cream to rub so that you don't look like one of the darker people, you look lighter. It's literally an international phenomenon around the world of this concept he's touching on here, self-hatred, right? After introducing Complexion, really good song, catchy, good. Blacker the Berry, as you've described, slams the idea down of like the contradiction, right? With that self-hatred and like with all this that you have, you also are, you know, you can lash out in rage at your surroundings and the injustice, but you know that there's this thing you're not facing, right? There's the fact that you are contributing to the dead around you while also wanting for systematic change to come down and wanting to fight for that change, right? And like bring it. I think the what's cool, what's awesome about this is the idea of like he's got his internal conflict that he's going through, and he's reflecting as well like the idea of what that is as part of being black, you know, and especially in a neighborhood like Compton, or you're feeling that around everybody that surrounds you. And the important thing to do when you're kind of having these moments of reflection is he's hoping, I imagine, to help others like kind of find a way out of that, right? Big, tall order, mind you, which he doesn't always pull off. But the track after this is I, right? And after going through everything that you brought, I Love Myself. It's this ballad of just fucking joy. It's so just, it brings about all the best feelings. And he literally, Kendrick says it's the best song he's ever written because he never thought he'd be able to make something that positive with the mindset of growing up with the negativity of Compton, right? And again, for me personally, having just like in really anxious, bad times, that felt powerful, right? He stops the song halfway through, and after he's talking about he's talking about like getting rid of the self-hatred, and like trying to basically like if you're gonna begin to heal, if you're gonna begin to redeem yourself in any way or try to do anything, self-love is a crucial factor here. And so he's talking about his own struggle, and then halfway through the song, a fight breaks out in the crowd, and he's like, no, hold on. The self-hatred I'm feeling personally and what we're feeling collectively, this is an example of that. You guys are fighting for no reason. What the fuck are you doing? Right? And then goes into the NEGUS, like...
that bit, like, that really hit me. Like,
Ethiopian King.
Yeah, like, that was like, fuck, that is... Like it's beautiful. You know, like, it's such a fucking amazing... Like, again, coming from someone who... Obviously, this is not for me, but, like, I got a sense of it. I was like, fuck, that is really special. And it's like, you know, it's interesting as well. And like, this is the only thing I can relate to. And this is not to say that these two situations are alike, but it's like in Ireland, like there's so much fucking shame in Ireland, you know, and there is so much keeping each other down. Like there's so much part of our culture. There's such a like morbidly high suicide rate, all this fucking stuff. And it is like, that is what happens when your ancestors are kind of pounded into the dirt.
Right.
You know? And like,
right.
Again, completely different scenarios, but I guess a dynamic manifesting in the same way. And like, if I heard a song like this for Irish people, that'd be fucking insane.
It's powerful. It really is, because it's the idea of like reversing the self-hatred internally and then externally, you know? And then it ends on Mortal Man, the final track of the song, you know, where it's, you know, he's got his views that are wild, and there's shit that I disagree with him on for sure. Like he's got some, the Hotep ass lines he drops from time to time, and the Michael Jackson stuff, etc. But this leads to him basically completing that poem about how he didn't commit suicide that night. And then he starts posing it towards this unknown person he's speaking to. And the voice he's speaking to is Tupac, who comes in and they have a conversation. And to me, I was like, oh shit, that's fucking sick. I love that. I like the idea of like using it in this way and having a pretty meaningful conversation, because Pac was someone who was also conflicted and would have these really good interviews where he talks about what class consciousness is and what people need to do and what the music represents. And then he'd go drop Hit 'Em Up, right? Like he literally was this, like he was this multifaceted character that had, he had the game, but like he was also hanging out with the little homies. He was hanging out with people that were gangbanging. He was one himself. And this dichotomy was something that everyone had to kind of try to figure out, you know? And so he has this conversation with him, and he drops a couple of lines. I mean, he has some great lines over the years, but like he drops some really good ones, you know, like Kendrick asks him about where the energy that to get up on the mic comes from. And he goes, because it's spirits. We ain't even really rapping. We're just letting our dead homies talk for us. They're telling stories. And Kendrick goes, damn. And that's the last thing he says to Pac on the album. That's the last word he says. Right. At which point Pac disappears. It builds up to that moment of like, he can't even get that last bit out because Pac has been taken too soon. Right. And he's always talked about the cultural icons and stuff. And this was one of those moments where they get lost because throughout time and history, black icons in these situations are always taken before their time. I know I'm getting long in the tooth here and I apologize, but like, this part was where, he describes the final thoughts he has about this caterpillar that goes into a cocoon, comes out as the butterfly, goes back and tries to talk to the other caterpillars about the change in perspective that he's experienced. And it's at this point that if you go back to the album through the track listings, you see the beginning of it where everything he's doing up top, he's talking about the caterpillar that consumes. And that's all that's happening from Wesley's Theory all the way through to If These Walls Could Talk. Those are all about just consuming blindly what's in front of you. And then where he hates himself, and then he turns to hating himself, but the walls are also the walls of the cocoon, right? If These Walls Could Talk are referencing kind of coming into that.
Wow. Form. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And then when you are at your lowest, the caterpillar dies and something new emerges from inside with "We Gonna Be All Right." I don't know what I am yet, but I've just discovered what it is. I've just discovered that it's something different from before because I've decided to survive and not kill myself. The butterfly emerges, but he doesn't know what's going on. We continue through the rest of it as literally the whole thing about the pimping of the caterpillar, right, leads to this butterfly analogy, which the order of the tracks all lines up with. And motherfucker, if the original name for the album was not To Pimp a Caterpillar, with the acronym being TPAC.
Aw. Oh no.
Right?
Yeah, no, that. Well,
it's fucking great, man. And it's this thing that I was like, oh my God, that is a hopeful thing. And this is one of the first and only things I've experienced where it's like, he's trying to reach out to people that are like walking towards a cliff, man. You know? And I think it's important to be able to do that more than it is important to ask Kiki if she loves you, you know, or to hotline bling it. Like it's,
and so
know,
like,
sorry, I just
okay.
love.
I know you needed to get that out.
Yeah.
And
right.
I really enjoyed hearing it. So it's interesting then when you frame it, because like, you know, To Pimp a Butterfly, it is like this massively hopeful song, and it is nearly like this blueprint of like, this is how we can be. And then you get to Damn, and Damn, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Damn is nearly Kendrick kind of realizing that he can't help everyone. Like, no matter how much of a good album he writes, it's never going to be enough to save everyone he wants to save.
Kendrick has anger at the weight of the crown. And this track, this album, I feel, it's not my favorite, but it is pretty solid for what it represents in this timeline here.
Also, DNA is such a banger.
Exactly. It is. Right. I mean, goddamn. But every one of those tracks, what's important is that they introduce two things where it's like, there's his weaknesses and then there's his virtues. And he's like, I'm not perfect. I can't do everything. I'm not going to be able to do all the heavy lifting. I'm facing my own shit. And every odd numbered track is one of his weaknesses, and every even track is one of the virtues he's aspiring to, right? Blood versus DNA, feelings versus loyalty, pride versus humble, lust versus love, God versus Duckworth, his last name, the mortal man, you know? So he's just kind of introducing the idea that, like, yeah, this is not easy to do. I don't know that I can really take all this on, and I've got my fucking problems, man. And I feel as if he also, like, he kind of does a fun thing where the album ends with the gunshot, but it rewinds and does a bit of a Killer Queen Bites the Dust, and it goes back to the first track where the old lady also shoots, and it can go in either direction. But that's what it is. It's Kendrick going, damn. You know, it's a breathe out at the end of the lifting of To Pimp a Butterfly. And Untitled Unmastered in between those two, with like extra tracks from To Pimp a Butterfly that never came out, mind you.
So
levitate.
We then basically get like 5 years where Kendrick sort of, like, he doesn't disappear. He's doing stuff, but he doesn't put an album out. And I would say that's the real period of emulsification of hip hop, where it's Drake and everything is just soft and digestible, and there's a lot of just really fucking mediocre Drake albums, but there's no one else like really on that level of popularity. And Kendrick comes out with Mr. Moran, The Big Steppers, and to me, I think the reason I love this album so much is because, in a way, I think this is nearly like To Pimp a Butterfly, the introspective parts of To Pimp a Butterfly, like, dialed up, where it's really about examining like your own personal damage and healing from it.
It is a therapy album.
Yeah.
And one of the only of its kind that I can think of. Yeah.
I also think the songs are just fucking amazingly produced. Like, I just don't think anything else sounds like this. But two of the biggest ones is one, there's Anti-Diaries.
Mm-hmm.
And Anti-Diaries is basically about Kendrick realizing that his cousin is trans, or that his aunt was trans, and that his cousin is trans.
Yeah.
And being okay with it, like kind of going and bringing us on the journey of like not understanding it and all this kind of stuff, and about how it's kind of Kendrick coming to terms with a lot of stuff about gender and what is and is not okay to say. And I'm sure people have different takes on it. To me, as someone who grew up with a trans person in their family, the first time I heard this song, I was walking around a Superdry trying to find a comfy pair of sweats, tears rolling down my face listening to this thing.
Yep. You know, it is talking about, my auntie's a man now, and then later on, Demetrius is Marianne now. And it also, depending on what you're, you know, I mean, everyone is, I think, you know, becoming more and more aware of like what that journey is like for people and the difficulties of that you go through, you know, from all walks of life. What is, I think, extra poignant here is, holy fuck, is hip hop homophobic and transphobic. Always has been. Astronaut, back of the head, bang. You know what I mean? It's a lot. And for the same reasons that Montero can make waves, you know what I mean? Lil Nas X, you're getting like this type of song where he's kind of going like, here's an example of this in my own life. Like you said, coming to terms with it. And what I think is important too is coming to terms with it despite what the surrounding community and
like
church have to say about it.
There's a bit where basically like the pastor calls his cousin out in the middle of church, right? And Kendrick like stands up for them, and oh man, it's fucking great. It's so good.
Yeah, because it's like, it's one thing to support silently, and it's another to do so out loud when they're being attacked, you know? And that's huge. So I really, really like that song. And I really like the context it adds to this therapy album. And the fact that he's like, I'm taking time to heal myself, you know? Father Time was a track where he literally talks about, I have daddy issues. You need therapy, you know?
Then Mother I Sober, which is like just one of the rawest things I've ever heard. And it's like, even the way Kendrick delivers this song, he's rapping like he doesn't want to say it. Mm-hmm. And that's because this is a song about Kendrick being, I think, molested by one of his cousins, was that?
So it's a little more complicated than that. Okay. He was not molested.
Okay.
But his mother thought that he was, and when and asked him about it multiple times, and he said no, but she didn't believe him. And he didn't understand why she didn't believe him until he later found out that she was molested as a child. And she basically grew up with that victimhood that she held on to and like was reflecting that on him.
Right.
Because her trauma like was basically passed on. And so he inherited that. And so he ended up feeling insanely weird and like complicated because nothing did happen, but he had to question himself because when he said nothing happened as a kid, that was met with resistance. That's the
right,
extra wrinkle in it, you know? Yeah. Incredibly transparent and vulnerable. And these types of tracks, these are not bangers for the club. This is not Drake
this is the thing,
is
playing,
man.
So
you know?
I don't care about bangers for the club. Never do. Don't give a shit. There's a middle tier of music, like in terms of tone and speed, that does not have any effect on me at all. So I came out of this album and I listened to it not long after it released, and I felt like I kind of turned to the rest of the world being like, is this not fucking amazing? The general response was not that. A lot of people really struggled with this album, and a lot of people really like they thought it didn't go hard enough. They thought that there wasn't those club bangers, and I think in a way that's because hip hop had kind of been brought to this point where it's like, well, where's the hit? You know, where is it? You know,
look at it. I want a bop,
and the one responsible for that is Drake.
OVO. Now,
so things have been have been heating. Oh, sorry.
Things have been heating up, but like the answer to that question, where people are like, "Where is it? We're waiting on it, right? We're looking for that meaningful and that hit of the summer, and we want Kendrick to fucking be blasting out the speakers." And I think one of the last tracks on the album is the answer to that, and it's Mirror, right? That's the track where he goes, "I chose me, I'm sorry," and he basically answers the idea that like, yeah, after To Pimp a Butterfly, after Damn, after everything, and after being elevated to this place, the weight that he felt on his shoulders that was put there by the culture, he realized that he needed to go to therapy and work his shit out or be crushed by it. And so he's like, I'm sorry that I disappeared for 5 fucking years, but I chose me. And I know that like therapy was the answer here. And that's not a very hip hop thing to say, you know, but it's real as shit, man.
Totally.
The Heart Part 5 comes last. State of the Union for the culture.
So
good shit.
Kendrick releases like The Heart, which is always his kind of, addressing his fan base and like communicating with them. And it's just a kind of gorgeous song. And you like, I think a lot of the times, I love my fans so much, it rings as like kind of insincere. It does not here.
Mm-hmm. I think so. I think as well, the fact that you're seeing him talk about the state of mind he's in, and in part 5 in particular with the video, as he's going over the lyrics, you see his face like shifting, and he gets deep faked into O.J. Simpson, Kanye West, Will Smith, Jussie Smollett, like Kobe Bryant, and then eventually he says goodbye to Nipsey Hussle. Like, it's this thing of, like, the whole theme has been suffering, and then suffering caused by others, and suffering that we inflict, and suffering that we receive. And so he kind of is like, yeah, just going all in on that message right towards the end there. It's great. It's very, very, very fucking, it's a real, and it's a personal way to basically be like, you have to work on yourself. You just, that needs to be your choice.
Totally. So then there is a lot, I think, that we like could go into, but basically what happens is at this point, Drake is like peak of the industry. Like it's hard to, like, in recent memory, it's hard to like come up with someone who is like a bigger deal than Drake. But all the problems we've been talking about, how like Drake is not really, he is this like avatar of hip hop without really doing anything for the culture. And Kendrick is. And so things have been going wrong between them for a long time. And Kendrick was on an old verse called Control, where he basically says, I am coming for everyone, and name checks everyone.
I got some love of the for all y'all, but I'm trying to murder you niggas, trying to make sure your core fans ain't ever heard of you niggas.
Some of the other rappers take this really well, and they're like, Kendrick is doing this for everyone. This is lifting up everyone.
Yeah. Like braggadocio. I see you. You're coming for it. All right, let's have some good sparring match. Let's go. You got skills.
Drake gives this weird fucking interview where he's like, I mean, if he's doing it, don't be nice to me behind the scenes and then call me like, and it just comes across as fucking weird. And this is the kind of point where I feel like Drake starts to kind of, well, no, Drake has long lost sight that like, and there's all this other shit like, who's that white rapper who wins the hip hop award?
Oh, Macklemore does.
Macklemore, and he apologizes to Kendrick because Kendrick definitely should have won, and Drake's like, you should have apologized to me too, and all this kind of stuff. But eventually we get into it, and we get into this just series of fucking apocalyptic beef tracks.
The back and forth is insane.
This is where I kind of dialed in on Drake in terms of what I think he is. I listened to Push Ups.
Okay.
And I really liked it.
Drop and Give Me 50. Drop and Give Me 50.
It's a fucking good song. Like, Drop
and give me 50 push-ups. Drop your album and give me 50%, says the Taylor Swift's production company.
Yes.
Sure.
So I listened to it and I'm like, oh fuck, I really like a Drake song. I didn't know that this is where we were going. I listened to it a couple more times, like it's on my rotation. And after a while, I'm like, I don't want to listen to this song anymore. Like, what is this experience I'm having? And it's interesting, Woolie, because I read a book this year called Ultra Processed People, and it's about ultra processed food. And one of the things about ultra processed food, it's not that it tastes good, it's not that it's cheap, or it's not that it has preservatives. One of the most defining parts of ultra processed food is that it's easy to eat. And specifically, the first bite is meant to be euphoric. So think of like
nice
the
use
first
of the word.
See, I got my own bars.
You got bars.
Yeah.
An insane amount of bars, like Ireland.
That's pretty good. Woolie, I do also want to point out that you recommending me Kendrick Lamar, I did pick up on the kind of the parallel there. Well, it's never been outright stated, or at least not within my earshot. But I guess it is. I feel like the general consensus is that I am the Kendrick Lamar of video essays.
Heavy is the crown upon His Majesty's head. Clearly.
I don't know what to tell you, William. I'm what the culture feeling.
Oh my god.
Woolie, I have been cooking that for a solid month.
Oh, but I hope your fucking Drake crushes you. Whoever that might be.
Oh yeah, who would that be, Woolie?
Hey, don't you fucking dare.
So, okay, look, I bring up this analogy with the processed food because I think that's what Drake's songs are. So in the book, it describes, like, say the first bite of a Big Mac, and it's delicious. It's like this gorgeous thing, and it's like, oh, this is so soft and it's so juicy and all this good stuff. But by the end of a Big Mac, you're fucking done with a Big Mac. They're kind of gross.
Pancakes, I feel the same way. Yep.
Okay, well,
too many of them hits your bag.
I will make you some anyway.
I had your mom's pancakes. They're great.
Okay. That's how I felt about this Drake song.
Yep.
You know, it's like I didn't want to listen to it, whereas every time I was going back to Kendrick, I was picking up more and more shit. But
and what's happening in the back of your head too, if you are like following what's going on, is like, think about how much of a fucking just petulant little toddler you have to be to not understand the simple game that is, oh, you're the best, yo, I'm the best. We're talking shit, we're having fun. Think about when we play video games together and we're like, yo, yeah, okay, yo, I'm good. And you're just talking shit, right? And someone who can't understand the basic idea of just like bigging yourself up and talking a little bit of shit is like you're revealing the insecurities that plague you, right? You're showing your hand a little too obviously. And every one of the tracks that he comes back with is a further revelation of these deep insecurities. And to be fair, the industry of people he's built around Drake industrial core does hate him. You know? So
we eventually get to the point where Kendrick drops Euphoria.
I just hate the way you say nigga, I guess. I don't know.
I have no opinion on that. That is, I don't know how to. But
let me help you out. There's a clip of Drake talking about the like people that he likes, and he literally drops it with the hard R and goes, "Yeah, them's there. That's some of my. That's." I'm like, "Yo, that's my nigger right there." Like, it's super right. Doesn't that just sound fucking weird? Right? Even right there, right? That's what he does. And you're like, oh, that's an actor who forgot to fully load in the EXE. Like, it didn't finish booting up before the sentence was completed. The filter didn't load, and we got to see behind the curtain for a second. That is why Kendrick is like, I don't like the way you say it. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, like all I really have to add is it's a fucking banger of a song. God, Euphoria is so good. I hate the way that it's fucking unbelievable.
Hater.
Yeah. And so it's like this surface level dismantling of Drake. Like, it basically takes all the kind of well-worn criticisms against Drake and just fucking virtuosically like just strings them in a line. And so then Drake makes a big deal of releasing a response track and even contacts streamers like Kai Cenat. And he's like, don't go to bed yet.
Stay up.
Is that the point that he released Push-Ups?
No, Push-Ups came first in April, and then Tailor Made came afterwards, which was the AI track where he has AI.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Yep. Super embarrassing. Euphoria, and then 616 in LA was where Kendrick was like, yo, your team hates you. And then Drake responded with Family Matters. That's what happened right at that point.
Family Matters. And is that when Kendrick responds with Meet the Grams?
Exactly. So Family Matters was literally like the same day in response to the 616 in LA, which was the Drake naming convention. And on that is where he's like, he filmed the music video. They got the car. They got the van from the cover from Good Kid, Mad City. And he's doing the whole bit. And before he could fucking breathe, Kendrick hit the button and drops Meet the Grams. You know?
Meet the Grams is the equivalent of Roy Mustang versus Envy from Full Metal Alchemist, where he, at the start, you're like, yeah, get him. And then by the end, you're like,
he's already dead.
Yeah. So basically, like, even the first line, Dear Adonis, This isn't a song to Drake. It's a song to his fucking son.
Yes.
And he's like, I'm sorry your dad sucks. And then he goes down the line. He talks to Drake's mom, his father. Story about Drake's father. My hairdresser was at a Drake concert and Drake's dad hit on her.
Yeah.
Because that's what he does. He follows Drake around to concerts and tries to sleep with girls.
Yep, he was estranged. He came back into his life in exchange for putting on the pimp attitude, and then he basically started to make a career of his own, and now he's notorious for basically being a super creep that tries to get some of the excess, that he can from Drake's concerts. That's literally the move. And like, it's interesting because Euphoria was the dismantling that you want to hear, where you're just like, dude, you're a fucking fraud, right? Let's stop pretending you're not a fraud. You are. And this is what it is. And then 616, where he's like, and also everyone around you fucking hates you too, right? But fucking Meet the Grahams is like, no, you weren't listening to me. You are a sick, fucked up person. Your family around you needs to hear this. And as he says, this isn't even a rap battle. It's a lifelong battle with yourself. I mean, Drake was already eviscerated off of his last beef, where revealing a secret son that you're ashamed of, that's a KO. It's done. There's nothing to be said afterwards.
But the thing about Drake is, in terms of battles, he is kind of dangerous because he is so big. So he had that beef with that guy McMills. Is that his name?
Meek. So he had Meek Mill. Meek
Mills.
Yeah.
Where Meek Mills was producing much more eloquent raps, but the problem with Drake's responses is that people were singing them in basketball arenas.
Yeah, and you can just kind of scream your way into victory for whatever case. But when Pusha drops, when you see Story of fucking Addy Dawn, and you see this weird blackface picture with Drake on it, and nobody knows what the fuck that is, but it's real. It's just you're just, again, the full EXE has not yet completed. The loading bar is not yet, done. And you see the mask come down, and you're like, oh, this fucking fraud. We all know it, but he's just got the radio time and the airplay, and now the fan base to back him up. But just because they scream that loud doesn't mean it's real, Yeah,
it's the equivalent of someone in Naruto having infinite chakra but being shit at jutsus.
And Meet the Grahams also starts to touch on, and I was wondering if you'd get to this, because I was in Texas at the time that this dropped, right? I was in America watching as this happened and following it by the minute, and we all knew not we all knew, but people that had been following knew that there's a lot of creepy shit about Drake that has come out. You heard about the Millie Bobby Brown stuff. You heard about him on stage with the 17-year-old girl. There's video of it. You have people coming out talking about the passes they get to go backstage and they don't check ages, and underage people have been yeah, I've been to the backstage party and shit happened. They've straight up admitted it. This has all been swimming about and milling about, right? And so the Meet the Grahams bit, kind of hitting on that and then acknowledging, starting to hit at that point or so. It's it's touching on things that were in the air.
So then, the final blow of this whole, well, actually, I don't think it's necessarily the final blow. Not Like Us. And that is how Drake is a pedophile who has surrounded himself with pedophiles.
Here's the Citizen app button on your house. There's a whole lot. The call is coming from inside the house. Listen, the ground has been razed. There is nothing but atoms left after the orbital strike that was Meet the Grahams. How would you like to proceed, sir? Kendrick's like, nah, fuck it, hit him again.
And we should have mentioned as well, in Meet the Grahams, Kendrick reveals that Drake has a secret daughter,
apparently, which has not been corroborated. Might not be.
Yeah. And this is where, to me, Drake releases one final track, The Heart Part 6. And to me, this is the biggest fucking, this isn't a nothing burger to me. This is a self-report. Because he's so one of the biggest things about Kendrick says about Drake is he's a master manipulator. And Kendrick says, okay, you only think I have a daughter because I put that shit out there. And it's like, dude, people are already saying you're like an insincere, manipulative piece of shit. Maybe don't immediately confirm their suspicions by being an insincere, manipulative piece of shit.
I expected the Epstein angle. We plotted for a week and we gave that to your people. And that's what you used. And I expected you to call me a pedophile. By the way, how could I be? I'm too rich.
Too famous. Yep. It's nonsense. I think when it's at the point that someone has manipulated you into making half a song about how you're not a pedophile, you're kind of fucked.
Or how about the fact that he deleted the Instagram link to it after the fact, and we're fast forwarding, like light work, nice, got some good exercise out of it. Yep, totally, we win, yada yada, and you're like, there's no coming back from this. You have nuked your own career because of your insecurity. And on top of that, we glazed over the fact that like Not Like Us was just the ultimate bop of the summer. It was the catchiest song released.
Oh yeah, it's so fucking catchy.
In addition to having the most damning fucking lyrics and everyone shouting them out, right? Obviously.
So the peak of Not Like Us is Trying to Strike a Chord.
It's probably A minor.
And then I think it's the hard part 6. Well, you know what chord I like? B sharp, because I like to be sharp. And it's like,
yeah,
shut the fuck up, dude.
So a mirror into the future, or a portal into the future, shows us now that he has been so devastated by this that he is now currently taking legal action, literally priming a lawsuit so that he can basically go, yes, Your Honor, this song hurt me, it hurt my reputation, and it's the most fucking bitch level shit, ending to a beef ever, to confirm how badly you've been hurt by it, and he's doing so, and the suspected reasons why, because you're like, he is terrified of the idea of a Super Bowl put on by Kendrick Lamar, which has been confirmed, where everyone in America are all going to be screaming certified pedophile. He cannot let that happen, and he's doing everything he legally can to shut it down. But the Not Like Us story has been told. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And yeah, I just want to say as well that like a lot of my research was watching FD Signifier's video on Drake and Kendrick, and his one on this beef particularly is 4 hours long. It's fucking just the Lord of the Rings in hip hop form.
I'm what the culture feeling. Yeah,
brilliant video.
Absolutely. Noteworthy too is the
and I just want to also thank FD for taking my onslaught of questions about Kendrick over the last month.
Oh, you've been hitting him up with it. Okay, gotcha. You said he's pretty nice at Tekken, eh?
He is a monster at Tekken.
Nice. Okay, that's cool.
You want me to reach out? You want me to set something up here?
It's interesting. It's interesting.
Okay.
I think what's also going understated here is the rapid fire double response, right? The fact that he didn't have time to breathe when Not Like Us dropped. And I was getting into an Uber in Austin, and right after Not Like Us had dropped, and I remember like the cab driver was playing it, and he was just kind of like playing it and driving along, and I was like, oh, Drake is cooked, dude. And he's like, right? And he went from being the most professional to being like, I'm telling you, dog. Like, and we just started going crazy over it, and then I got to do my favorite bit, which is I'm like, see this? This is a Canadian passport. I am from Canada. We do not claim him. Fuck that
great.
Dude. Yeah, it's great.
Okay. We are running very long here.
We did.
So I just want to say, GNX, I like the album. It's good. I like the Hard Part 6. I love Whacked Out Murals. Yeah. That is one of my favorite Kendrick songs. But the Part 6 about like how it's about his old crew who like he came up rapping with, I thought it was just really sweet and a really lovely song.
Yep. Use your heart and not your eyes. Shit X coming out of nowhere after all this time, just this, in perfect time for the release of this episode. Much appreciated. The sound of this album, I like the idea of him kind of leaning into what he sounded like with Black Panther. So SZA on the chorus and then adding some like mariachi guitars and stuff too is a pretty particular flavor. It's pretty cool. Whacked Up Murals is dope. Squabble Up is obviously great too.
Squabble Up's great.
Man at the Garden is my favorite. I really love the that's I Deserve It All.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's a good
the
one.
kind of like the somber, slow, just like vibe of that song is like that's a mood I feel on a regular basis. But Reincarnated is a fuck ton of fun, and it brings about that idea with him turning into the people, and then the track sounds like a Tupac track. Like it's clear, even though he's not rapping from the voice of Pac, but like Chuck Berry, Whitney Houston, and then he himself. It's like it's obvious with the name Reincarnated what he's getting at. That's pretty great. And then, I mean, if you haven't heard it, the power dunk of summoning your greatest fucking weapon, Mustard. Turn the TV off is so fucking good. Turn the TV off, turn the TV off. And like he literally drops it twice. He screams Mustard because Mustard on the Beat Ho is the intro to it's the intro to Not Like Us, and Mustard the producer is now like, oh, don't let me sick this motherfucker on you, So people screaming Mustard, including the UMG group that is being that Drake is filing legal action against. They're posting like Jurassic Park T-Rexes screaming Mustard on their fucking Twitter accounts.
Okay,
it's great, crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. And he reclaims Heart Part 6 as a title, and we just don't even acknowledge the fact that Drake took that. And we
of course.
keep it moving.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I think the most brutal, like, he doesn't even talk about Drake that album, does he?
Nope. What are they talking about? They talk about none.
The most brutal thing he does is like just, yep, I'm just gonna take that back.
Moving on.
Yeah. Woolie, we now must rank the discography of Kendrick Lamar.
I apologize that this went so hard, and I did a massive derail with talking about To Pimp a Butterfly. It's kind of the only thing I wanted, and I realized that was a bomb in the middle of our time here. So sorry
Woolie,
about that.
That's okay. That is okay, my friend. I appreciate you sharing all this with me. The only thing is that you do this thing sometimes, Woolie, where you're like, okay, we kind of need to be finished up in about an hour. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it.
You're right.
And then you fucking just go off. And I'm like, okay. I guess we're not.
God damn it, there's so many good points and things that I'm like, oh shit, and then that happened. Yeah, I know. You're right. I'm sorry. All right.
You don't be sorry. It was a really, like, it was such an impassioned and special breakdown of that album, and I really appreciate it. But now we got to rank it. I'm going to slide it right under Darkest Dungeon 2, or above Twin Peaks, and moving on to recommend.
In and out.
Okay, look, there's no way this is falling outside the top 10, so we're going to start there. It's better than Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1. Kendrick Lamar beats Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1. Kendrick Lamar beats Vinland Saga. Kendrick Lamar beats Starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Stop me if I'm wrong at any of this point, Woolie. Kendrick Lamar beats Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Kendrick Lamar beats Kill 6 Billion Demons.
Yeah, you said that sentence.
Does Kendrick Lamar beat Dokapon Kings?
Hard yes to me.
Does Kendrick Lamar beat Earthbound?
I don't know, man. Is Earthbound holding down the culture? is Earthbound? It's changing they're both changing the game. They're both changing the genre forever. But do the accolades that we just included in this full breakdown, would Earthbound have to include Mother 3 to give the equivalent power?
Look, Willie, I know black people have been through some stuff, but Earthbound's a really good game.
Have you fought Gigas? I mean, come on.
See, it's a fetus because it's like an abortion. It's Kendrick Lamar beats Earthbound. Does Kendrick Lamar be starting boxing?
How do you feel? Because
that's tough because boxing, like, I have fallen in love with boxing so fucking hard. Like, you remember before I was saying how I'm kind of 50-50 between boxing and jiu-jitsu? Mm-hmm. I'm spending a little more time in the boxing gym.
See, what we're not seeing is that the invisible number behind the boxing stat ranking here is increasing behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Right? This boxing entry is getting heavier and heavier.
That's a really tough, but, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if we take into account your To Pimp a Butterfly breakdown, it's hard as a piece of... Okay, look, as something that has brought joy into my life, boxing is ahead for me.
Yep. For me, I think that To Pimp a Butterfly, on a personal level, has been impactful in ways that I probably have not really been able to do justice to describe.
Maybe, but you did incredible justice to that album.
Thanks, and I hopefully didn't waste people's time with this length. I think that boxing is an ongoing project that is you. It's as a person and continues. I think music is also ongoing and has its place, but overall, I think the project that is boxing will mean more at the end of the day. I don't know if that fully makes sense.
I think I get you. I will keep listening to Kendrick Lamar after this. Like, a part of me today was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to listen to Kendrick Lamar anymore. And then I was like, no, wait, yeah, I can. Like, of course I can.
I'm sorry, but at the same time, he certified lover boy, certified pedophile, A minor. Let's just.
Okay.
Let's just. Not like us. I'm sorry. It can't. Yeah. No. Let's just. Yeah. Number 2.
Okay.
All right.
Number 2. So It's not beating Shibuya Incident.
Ooh.
Look, here's the thing with Shibuya Incident. If before we did this podcast, you were to lay out the exact thing I wanted to happen, it's us both getting hyped about Shibuya Incident.
If this were better than Shibuya Incident, he would have to be Throne of Heaven, and Kendrick has too much. He has shit that I disagree with and shit that doesn't fully. There's tracks that are not my favorites. There's albums.
So
that
look, I'm going to be honest. For a lot of Kendrick's albums, for me, it's like half the album songs I love, and half of them just aren't my thing.
Yeah, no, damn.
But that doesn't mean I don't fucking love the ones I love.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Damn is carried by DNA and Humble. Mr. Morale is carried by Auntie Diaries and Mother I Sober. I mean, let's just I know that's how I feel about those tracks. So there are flaws, but it is just an overall consistency, quality level, and a return to the real, after an era of fake that I appreciate deeply. But yeah, we can sleep well at night looking at Kendrick Lamar and saying that is the third highest item on this list.
I mean, it's a fucking that top spot is a killer's row at this point.
There we go.
There we go. Oh.
Bet you he never thought he'd be compared to dinner. But here we are.
And with that, Wooly, recommend or die. Okay, recommend or die. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna go. There's something that I've basically wanted to recommend you for the entirety we've been doing this. When I initially wrote up my list of like recommends, this was like close to the top. And you know what? We've kind of dipped our toe in with like visual novels with Police Knots. But Police Knots is like a little bit more of an adventure-y kind of game, and I think it might be time to dive in whole cloth, shall we say, Wooly. See, there's somewhere I need you to go. Wooly, I need you to get out your little pen, your little notepad.
Uh-huh.
And head to classroom 1C after school.
Okay, visual novels. All right.
Because you're going to be spending some time in the literature club. Specifically, the Doki Literature
Club.
You'll like it. There is shit in that game, I promise.
I actually played it already. Combo breaker. Sorry.
Huh. Really?
Yeah. No, I legit did. I played it before.
Okay.
I did the whole thing.
You hadn't when we talked about it before.
Right, but like since
you
then,
were okay.
Because the whole I know about the whole thing with the folders and like all that super
okay.
interesting, like, you know, behind the scenes stuff. It's really interesting.
No, it's fucking cool, and that is going to make a sick intermission lounge.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
But
did you play it in anticipation of this, or was this like a pre-friendship era thing?
But beforehand, you know, just I not expecting something might come up or two, but like
no harm, no foul. No harm.
I have done it.
Okay, no, that's fair. That'll be a fucking sick intermission lounge.
It will.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to move plans up a little bit.
Okay.
I kind of wanted this to be the first recommend of the new year. But you know what? We're gonna do it now. Wooly, I'm still sending you somewhere. But you ain't going to no club. You're going to a city. Specifically, York, New City. Hunter, baby!
The York New City arc.
It's fucking time. So I've said it to you like 20 times. This is where Hunter becomes Hunter. This is the sickest shit.
Because Kurapika fights Uvogin and we find out more about the Phantom Troop and we get to see what the rest of
You've watched it.
that setup is like.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. No, because I remember last time I said that you were free to watch it yourself. I just thought you hadn't.
I did watch more.
Okay, I'm not even mad. That's fucking sick. Did you enjoy it?
How sick is Kurapika when you finally find out what the real deal is? Like, legit, that was dope. I did.
Uvogin versus the Shadow Beasts.
Yes, absolutely. No. It was hype as hell, and that's another fantastic lounge discussion we can have.
Okay, cool.
But
that'll be awesome.
Combo Breaker. I did do that one.
Huh.
Yeah.
That does leave us in a bit of a spot, Wooly.
Yeah.
So you know that
I remember.
You know that like third combo breakers, they don't happen. They can't happen.
I remember.
And I know there is one thing that you have not.
Okay.
But hear me out here, Woolie. Hear me out. Just hear me out. I don't think I want to do it. I know I've been threatening the gun on the table for the longest time.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I never really wanted to do it. Like, genuinely, I get it,
dude. Fuck.
No, look, this is friendship era. I can find another way. I can think of something else. I know I can.
I know, but it's dude, you had the fact that you're getting into boxing and shit, and you legit had so much fun with Dokapon and Kendrick now, and all of this actually meant something. This is kind of what I wanted to start.
Me too.
Recording, this is
why the friendship era fucking rules.
And I've seen comments echoing the exact same sentiment.
Yeah. And what I don't want to do is just fucking recommend Omicron just because it's the fucking meme or whatever, and then we go back to just the shit,
Yeah. Okay, man. Just okay. Look, just do what you got to do. Do what you got to do.
I'm telling you, I don't want to do it.
It fucking sucks, but I get it. No, I legitimately get it. And just do what you got to do. Just get it out of the way. And then, at the very least, that's out. And then we can actually resume this energy, which has been a fucking blast.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
And it does suck that that's the case. But at the same time, that was 2 combo breakers. So I get it.
It would be good to just have it off the table because we don't need it, that's not what it is anymore.
It's some bullshit.
It will be funny to talk about it again.
It's some bullshit.
It is, but now we've both done it. We can yuck it the fuck up next episode, and it will actually I know it sucks, and I'm sorry that you have to play it, but
based on
I think one
criteria you've decided, arbitrarily, but it's fine. It's fine. We can
for the bit. If you're cool with it, genuinely, if you say you're not, I won't do it.
I'm not, but the alternative I understand. So let's just get it out of the way. All right.
You're a trooper, Wolves.
Christ. My
My recommendation this episode: Omicron, the Nomad Soul. Yeah. What do you got?
Can you check this out over here? Got the link?
Fuck you, John.mp4.
Yeah, you want to click play?
Woolie, what the fuck is this?
I think you know what it is, John. You can move a little further along if you're not quite certain yet.
Woolie, what the fuck did you do?
If the footage is not enough, you can move to the next scene. You can go a little bit further along. You can skip as far into the video as you'd like, actually. You can even get the hour count at the end, if that suffices. Whatever you fucking need.
34.9 hours. So
yes, John
has just linked me a
yes!
video
John.
of him playing all of Nomicron, the Nomad Soul.
Can you share with the class a little louder, perhaps, John?
Woolie shared a video of himself playing Omicron all the way through.
I didn't think we'd be here this soon. I legitimately didn't expect that we would be here this soon. I thought it might take some time before it actually happened, but it turns out level 3. Wolfbreaker, John. Apparently. I was legit kind of hoping for a bit of buildup or something.
I just don't even... Like, I don't even really understand the point, because, like, I feel like all you've really done is, like, wasted a lot of good segments that people want to hear us talk about.
You subjected me to whatever fucking bullshit you wanted for an entire year, and you expected me to sit here and do fucking nothing? You expected me to just sit here in your friendship era on broken glass, threatening me the entire time? What did you literally expect me to do? You don't think
I was
that
never going to actually.
You don't expect that I'm gonna go and anticipate whatever stupid bullshit fucking Doki Doki Literature Club recommendations you're gonna have for me? You don't think that when I talked to you about Hunter x Hunter and I said I stopped where I stopped, that I actually in that same day watched the entirety of York New? You didn't hear me when I was talking about how my favorite brawlers in the Jujutsu episode were Rock Lee and Kenpachi and Uvogin? I fucking said Uvogin. You can go back and listen to it if you pay attention. Nah, but you don't though. Because you're too busy subjecting me to your bullshit. Oh yeah, you didn't play fucking Omicron back in the day for whatever god-awful reason? Fine. So you don't think I'm gonna go back and put myself through your shit just in case this exact bullshit happens? Fuck your friendship era. Go get the fucking envelope. Open it up.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's surprising. It's read a fuck ton of Garfield. That's the forfeit. Yep, that's the meme. Very good. That'll be fun.
That's not the only thing.
Phone number 8.
We've been recording
Dublin.
for a while. I'm getting pretty fucking tired. It is late, but according to Dublin hours, they should be open.
Do you want me to call?
They should be open. I checked in a little bit ahead of time, so...
Hang on. I don't.
Hi, likes too short tattoos. Sarah speaking.
Why? Are you fucking serious? Seriously.
I'm sorry, John.